The story begins at a mall. Tien, the main character, was shopping, listening to the news about Z City. Numerous animal attacks occurred, forcing citizens indoors at night. The authorities investigated to prevent panic. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast reported massive casualties in X City, infected by an unknown virus. The media covered the crisis endlessly. Tien grabbed canned food, gathering safe supplies. While queuing to pay, he overheard two women talking. One mentioned a healthy old man from the Lee family. He suffered a sudden emergency and died instantly. The second woman asked if influenza caused it. The first agreed, stating the old man died in less than 2 days. The second woman noted the disease's rapid spread. They questioned if the government found the cause. The world felt increasingly dangerous. Tien reviewed his purchased supplies. He needed to refuel his car with diesel and drive straight home. He planned to cook the morning's hunted deer for Han. While driving, he called a girl. She questioned their future. Tien promised to find a job, ensuring she could live with dignity. She agreed, but Tien refused to leave Han in an orphanage. The girl grew frustrated. She noted Han was not Tien's blood sister, warning him against marriage if Han came along. Tien insisted Han was his sister and true family. The girl refused to raise another's child without support. She claimed she had suffered enough with Tien. She issued an ultimatum: take her seriously or break up. Tien agreed, and she hung up. Suddenly, a beast charged his car. Blood splattered the vehicle. Tien stopped, thinking it was a dog. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a sheep. The sheep had a head wound and looked terrified. Tien was shocked it survived. The sheep darted into the bushes. Tien decided to ignore the encounter, choosing not to alert the traffic police. Arriving home, he unloaded his gear. Han emerged with their pets, calling Tien. He asked her to slow down. She noticed his massive haul and offered to help him carry the supplies inside. He gave her some snacks. Walking back, she confirmed finishing her chores. She fed the livestock, changed the water, and watered the crops. Now, she was starving, eagerly awaiting Tien's stew. To cheer her up, he suggested making a carrot and lentil stew. She happily agreed, adding more requests. Tien turned and saw Bai, the white dog, eating the crops. He gently stopped him. Passing the buffalo, one looked terrified, eyes glowing red. Later, while cooking, Han mentioned her first solar eclipse. She asked if it was true that the sky would turn pitch black. The radio announced the highly anticipated total solar eclipse was finally approaching. Han enjoyed her meal, praising Tien's delicious cooking. She noted his culinary skills, improved with his hunting. Tien explained the eclipse, advising her to wear the special glasses for safety. They prepared for the darkness. Suddenly, a countdown began from 10. Han pointed outside, confused. Tien froze in shock. A dark shadow devoured the sun, plunging the world into instant night. Han trembled from a sudden unnatural cold. Hey! The black dog began, barking frantically. The radio dissolved into static. Terrified, Han urged Tien to look outside. As Tien opened the gate, a brutal blizzard struck, an impossible summer snowstorm. He quickly ordered Han inside, promising to secure the livestock. He ordered Bai to guard Han. She begged for him to hurry against the freezing cold. Tien reassured her and called He to follow. Battling the harsh storm, Tien realized the deadly blizzard's scale. He checked on He. As Tien looked up, he was stunned. The sun was shining brightly. He stared in disbelief, wondering what dark force could cause this impossible weather anomaly. He barked wildly, drawing Tien's gaze toward a massive buffalo. Its red eyes glowed with pure malice. Fear gripped Tien. The beast charged. He intercepted to defend him. Tien dodged the lethal charge, desperately grabbing his compound bow from a nearby log. Beast flung He aside. Trembling but determined, Tien took aim and fired multiple arrows at its skull. The shot hit, but the mutated beast charged relentlessly. Shocked by its sheer resilience, Tien sensed dark omens. Something was terribly wrong. He desperately needed time. A warning flashed in his vision. 0 ammunition left. 3 hostile targets remained. Disregarding the warning, he drew his bow only to find it empty. The beast struck, launching him backward. He pulled, him toward the manor, barking frantically. Tien glanced back in horror. If this beast had mutated, Han wasn't safe. Inside either. Within the walls, Ba's eyes burned crimson. He bared fangs at Han. Confusion turned to terror as Ba lunged. Tien crashed through, kicking the rabid hound away. Lifting Han, he swore to protect her, carrying her to a secure vault. He urged her to hide deep indoors. Ba had become a deadly monster. He looked into her eyes, pleading for her absolute trust. She had to stay hidden. As he escorted her, Tien checked his interface. The number of living entities had surged to 4. Securing Han inside the bunker, he ordered her to never leave. Tien hurriedly locked the heavy steel door. With the hostile count rising, Ba viciously attacked from behind, but Tien managed to seal Han safely inside before turning to face the beast. He fiercely charged in, aiding his master. Praising the loyal hound, Tien commanded him to stall Ba. He had a mutated cow to butcher. Gripping his heavy axe, Tien anchored his stance beside an ancient tree. The monster charged blindly. Tien evaded, sending its massive horn crashing into the trunk, trapping it. As Tien raised his axe, Ba suddenly lunged, sinking fangs into his neck. Was He dead? Hot blood spilled from Tien's lips as he desperately struggled against the tearing fangs. Suddenly, a strange hum echoed. Glowing holographic screens materialized around him, spinning wildly. What were these? The noise was deafening, but his focus remained unbroken. He had to slaughter these beasts for Han's ultimate safety. Amidst the bloody chaos, a single glowing interface locked into place. It read, Apocalypse Survival Game Match. Success. The system fully initialized, crowning Tien as a player. He stood inside a crumbling, poorly maintained manor at level 1. The system granted him the Eye of Truth. Assigned Class B. Upgrading to a fortress required 800,000 points. Gasping for air, he woke on the cold earth. Was he alive? His clothes were shredded and blood-soaked, yet his fatal wounds had completely vanished. Baffled, he scanned the area for the beasts. Washed over him. He realized both the cow and Ba lay slaughtered in the dirt. What ungodly terror occurred while he was unconscious? No mortal could inflict such carnage. A terrifying evolution sparked within his soul, welcoming him to the apocalypse survival game. As his status awakened, raw power surged through his veins. A divine light seemed to pierce him, igniting an inextinguishable fury. Spotting the cow twitching alive, Tien launched himself, axe raised. He buried his racing thoughts. About the healing miracles and the mysterious explosion, his mind reeled from his overwhelming newfound abilities. As the battlefield fell silent, the dark truth dawned on him. This was no simple game. The system had completely integrated. His shelter was established, points calculated, and his beginner rewards were fully distributed. The voice urged players to check their stats. Had this cosmic knowledge been directly burned into his brain? The system declared, Phase 1 of destruction was complete. Phase 2 would strike. In exactly 30 days. Apocalyptic disasters loomed ahead. This crumbling shelter was their final bastion. Tien felt the crushing weight of destiny. To survive, he had to forge these ruins into an impenetrable fortress. The first phase had completely corrupted the earth. Dread consumed him as he anticipated the horrors of the Kansai's upcoming second phase. Inspecting Ba, Tien realized the beast was only unconscious. According to the system's data, Ba had mutated after devouring irradiated flora. Dragging the beast into a heavy makeshift cage to prevent another bloodbath, Tien bound him tightly. He rushed back to check on Han. Entering the bunker, he descended into suffocating darkness. He flicked the switch, but the dead grid offered no light. His screen showed zero signal. The entire communication network was obliterated. However, the roaring diesel generator provided a sliver of hope. Guided by the faint glow of a phoenix, Tien searched the shadows. Where was Han? Why was the room so terrifyingly silent? Spotting her legs, he dashed over in panic. The system displayed her status. Han was sleeping peacefully. Startled by his heavy footsteps, she woke up. She innocently asked why he hadn't prepared the mattress, choosing the cold floor instead. She had obediently waited, remembering only a blinding flash of light and nothing else. Seeing his torn clothes, she panicked. He flashed a confident smile. swearing everything was perfectly under control. No need to worry anymore. When she asked for Ba, Tien calmly lied. The hound was severely injured and resting for the time being. He urged her to sleep while he dealt with the aftermath. Trusting him, Han drifted back into peaceful slumber. After resting, Tien analyzed the lack of mutant beasts. How did this system differ from an online game? Digging deeper, he uncovered a familiar starter bonus. However, a bitter wave of disappointment hit him. Expecting weapons or skills, he instead needed another 999 points to begin. Staring at the screen, a solitary question mark caught his eye. What hidden secrets did it hold? It became clear that points were this system's ultimate currency. He remembered the seed planted in the poisoned wasteland, realizing its massive cost was currently beyond his reach. He decided to inspect his remaining survival supplies at home, aware that anything touching the bare earth was already severely contaminated by the environment. As the network signal vanished, Tien knew recovery would be slow. He highly doubted the world outside offered any hope. Gazing at the polluted resources surrounding him, he knew he must act immediately. Glancing outside, he unlocked his armory, revealing a deadly arsenal of firearms. Powering up the roaring diesel generator, Tien loaded a pistol and left a walkie-talkie near Han. Speeding onto the desolate ruined streets, he accidentally drew a horde of mutated beasts. He prepared to slaughter them quickly, but suddenly, a military transport roared from behind, cutting off his path. The truck's heavy machine gun locked onto Tien's car, ready to unleash hell. An army scout aimed through a sniper scope, watching Tien. He noticed the once bustling Vitoki Road was completely torn apart. Tien suspected armed forces were stationed nearby, sensing an urban crisis. Where could Zhang King be? The soldier warned Tien of the deadly outside threats, sternly advising him to retreat home through Vitoki. Radio chatter reported Area B was swarmed by mutant felines, urgently crying for reinforcements. Tien calmly explained his supply shortage to the guard, pressing him for details regarding the Brace city's chaotic state. The soldier pointed him to the designated government supply zone, deeply emphasizing the fatal dangers lurking in the city. Urged to return home, Tien agreed. As the guard departed, a military FISA's warplane roared overhead. Tien pondered the overwhelming mutant threat. Despite his painful split with Zhang Lin, he refused to abandon her in this apocalypse. He vowed to check on her. Crossing into the ruined city, Tien witnessed widespread destruction. People spoke of looting on Double X Street and a woman's corpse found at pawn number Double X. Driving onward, Tien realized only police cars and ambulances remained operational. He watched two men frantically load a wounded woman into an ambulance, verging on fatal shock from massive blood loss. Another medic reported severe lung damage from toxic food, urging immediate readiness to inject adrenaline. They discussed the massive shortage of cardiac stimulants caused by the high volume of infected patients. Nearby, a weeping woman desperately begged her sick husband to stay awake, screaming they were almost at the hospital. He lamented the total lack of available beds and crashed emergency hotlines. Tien realized the entire healthcare system had totally collapsed, worsened by lethal radiation leaking from the Predator nearby power plants. Tien gritted his teeth, wondering if he could secure enough rations to survive this death game. Police instructed the citizens that the zone was an official government emergency supply site. They emphasized strict obedience to the rules, forcing survivors into orderly lines to avoid rushing. Each survivor faced strict limits: 5 gins of rice, 5 of flour, and 1 gin of vegetables, verified by identification. Vicious arguments erupted over line spots. One man raged that he had been waiting for 5 agonizing hours, demanded priority, while another furiously claimed the spot before a restroom break. The suffocating tension exploded when someone claimed to be the general manager of a local corporation, leading to violent confrontations. Guards dragged several rioters away. On the bleak fringes, a starving girl cried to her mother for food. Tien witnessed 2 scavengers fiercely brawling over a scarce resource, each claiming it first. The frantic scramble for survival consumed the crowd. As Tien thought of his girlfriend's rented the apartment around the corner, a speeding vehicle nearly crushed him. Just as he turned, the car screeched to a violent halt. A man stepped out, knocking on Tien's window. asking if he came from the supply zone and what he considered desired. The stranger had noticed Tien scouting the department store market. He confidently offered an array of produce: watermelon, cucumber, pumpkin, tomatoes. But Tien challenged him, declaring he would only buy if the stranger dared to take a bite first. The man hesitated, questioning Tien's distrust, loudly insisting he hadn't. Finding nothing to buy, frustrated, Tien ordered him out. The stranger questioned why Tien acted so hostile, claiming he followed the law. Tien simply revealed his gun, making the man flinch in pure terror. He begged to talk, repeating his obedience to the law. Tien delivered a grim warning: if he ever caught him running this heartless business again, he would shoot him dead without a single thought. The terrified man quickly agreed. Grabbing his gear, he cursed his rotten luck as he scrambled straight into his car and fled. Tien headed straight to his girlfriend's building. Climbing the stairs, he reached Zhang's door, knocking and calling her name. Met with dead silence, dread settled in. He grabbed the spare key from beneath the mat, unlocking the door. Stepping inside, shock gripped him. Her usually spotless room was left in ruins. Tainted fruits and medicine boxes littered the floor. Among the mess, he spotted Tianrun's antibiotics, a DPP, heavily criticized product from a local medical company. He wondered why Zhang would ever purchase such risky items. Seeing no blood or signs of poisoning, Tien realized the room had been ransacked, though not in Zhang's precise manner. There were zero signs of forced entry. Someone had deliberately torn this place apart. In the chaotic world outside, Tien desperately wondered where she had gone. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the city. Here, a rundown manor operates as a makeshift guest house. It holds a level 1 shelter rating, providing basic survival gear. The level 1 shelter skill grants the Eye of Truth, letting the host view detailed information regarding objects and creatures. Its privileges also include a remote control shelter system that gives real-time updates on shelter status and inventory, fully accessible even while away. The vast area spans 30 mu, suited for fishing, livestock, planting, and building. Reflecting on his grim reality, Tien realized he was at a complete loss. Living inside a ruined level 1 greenhouse, he resolved to earn enough points to upgrade his farming gear without ignoring vital anti-radiation measures. While toiling, Han arrived, excitedly announcing the seeds had sprouted. Tien, Han, and He gathered quickly to witness this growth, bringing immense joy to Han. Checking the screens, Tien saw the tomato seeds were successfully planted and mature in 48 hours. He smiled at the progress, noting that these anti-radiation grade seeds performed as expected, growing fast. With points, he and Han could definitely survive this unforgiving post-apocalyptic world. Han voiced her past doubts about the seeds, fearing they had withered. She credited Tien for their survival. Tien confidently stated he always found a way. He reminded Han of the strict survival rules she must follow. She affirmed her understanding, vowing never to be a burden. Han recited the rules. Only consume food approved by Tien, do not leave the farm without permission, report any mutated beasts, and strictly watch He to stop him from eating randomly. Tien ordered He to listen closely. Realizing the anti-radiation crops were now fully ripe, Tien resolved to harvest them immediately. He was thrilled to find a truly epic yield. These special radiation-resistant tomatoes proved highly nutritious. Long-term use promised to boost overall physical health. Withal, a 30-day storage life, Tien wondered if they could rapidly boost physical fitness. Eagerly tasting one, instantly, a soothing warmth flooded his body, washing away the crushing fatigue from days of grueling labor. In this starving post-apocalyptic world, these upgraded crops offered more than mere sustenance. They seemed to provide attribute bonuses. Tien deeply pondered becoming a full-fledged farm owner within this mystic system. Unlocking high permissions, buying from the mall, and upgrading shelters all required heavy points. They were obtained primarily through the central exchange system. This network facilitated recycling crops, livestock, and minerals. Each item was graded and priced accordingly. The Supreme God tier yielded the highest points. These were top-tier harvests. God-tier crops fetched an astronomical amount of points. Ancient medical-grade crops were renowned for potent healing properties. Anti-radiation grade crops were engineered to thrive in radiation-filled environments. Tien realized mastering this ultimate exchange system was vital for their survival and growth in Ravland. This harsh new world. Tien carefully studied the strict point system for the different item grades of crops. Level 1 anti-radiation grade crops gave 1 point per kilogram. Level 2 ancient medical grade crops 1 earned 100 points. Level 3 god tier crops gave 1,000 points. Level 4 supreme god tier crops gave 100,000 points. This system provided complete services, from supply and sales to recycling was the absolute key. With enough points, he could evolve this farm into an impregnable top-tier military fortress. Tien eagerly anticipated this magnificent evolution, reflecting intensely on the anti-radiation grade crops. He pondered the true potential of the 3 higher tiers, each promising miraculous effects. Thrilled, he decided to inspect his harvest of ancient medicinal grade crops. Observing the carrots, he confirmed their 10% maturity rate, precisely as expected for such rare ancient medicine. Further inspection revealed that at 100% maturity, they possessed the absolute power to purge all poisons, cure lethal illnesses, and heal irreversible damage from fatal afflictions. Remarkably, they possessed limitless shelf life. Tien recognized the terrifying potential these legendary crops held for their survival and future conquests in this harsh, unforgiving world. Tien marveled at the in 2021 ultimate security these ancient medicinal crops provided. He knew they were finally free from the dread of medical bloat to emergencies. Shifting his gaze to the recycling interface, he decided to sell 70% of the harvest for points, stashing the remaining 30% as emergency reserves in his bag. Confirming the recycling of 200 kilos of anti-radiation crops, Tien secured 2,000 points. He also found 3 ancient medicinal grade crops safely stored inside the warehouse. Pleased with this triumph, he now had 30 gins of anti-radiation crops secured. To his absolute shock, Tien was congratulated for dominating his first recycling mission. He unlocked the title, Master of Recycling, claiming a magnificent reward, an agricultural-type smart working robot. As the tiny machine materialized in his palm and waved, Tien couldn't help but feel highly skeptical of its power given its pathetic size. He analyzed the achievement system, deeply suspecting it might unlock far greater rewards and legendary items. Yet, an unsettling chill ran down his spine as the tiny robot stared unblinkingly. Without warning, the robot launched forward, swiftly harvesting the crops. Tien watched in pure astonishment, wondering how it could perfectly anticipate his very thoughts. Could his consciousness be directly bound to the system, transmitting mental commands straight to the machine? He marveled at its terrifying efficiency, realizing even a mere farming automaton possessed such godlike advancement. A brilliant scheme crossed his mind, farming enough points to summon a combat robot. He considered how it could guarantee Han's utter safety. Thrilled by their miraculous crop germination, Tien summoned Han for a lavish feast, demanding she finally stop watching her cartoons. They devoured massive chicken legs together that day, celebrating their great agricultural victory. Though overjoyed, Han strictly reminded Tien they needed to be highly frugal with their rations. Hai, their loyal companion, eagerly joined the feast. Tien confidently assured Han they could resume planting and safely consume their reserves. However, his tone darkened, warning her that if anyone ever discovered their hidden food supplies, she would face a ruthless 3-day starvation punishment. Han quickly agreed, promising to keep their precious provisions a secret. Tien gently urged her to eat, knowing she was sick of instant noodles after 2 days. He handed the first chicken leg to He, deeply thanking the beast for protecting them both. Han affectionately hugged He, brightly praising him as the absolute best before letting go. Worriedly wondering about Ba's current condition, Tien gently reassured her that Ba was still recovering from critical, life-threatening injuries and couldn't see her just yet. But he firmly promised they would all play together once fully healed. Han nodded, swearing not to disturb Ba in the attic. Suddenly, a glaring red system warning flashed. Tien noticed someone was actively attempting to breach their defenses. He swiftly accessed the surveillance screen, discovering the intruder was an unarmed 42-year-old male, registering a threat level of 3. To his utter shock, he realized the trespasser was Uncle Nan. Tien coldly wondered what drove Nan to his doorstep under such apocalyptic circumstances. Stepping outside, Tien confronted him, sternly questioning his true motives. Nan, trembling while smoking a cigarette, exhaled deeply before respectfully addressing Tien as boss. He explained his absolutely dire situation, desperately begging for salvation and inquiring if Tien's farm possessed any surplus rations. Nan was completely out of options. His home had been brutally ransacked, his provisions stolen, and market prices had skyrocketed from the devastating shortages. Tien apologized, revealing that his own emergency reserves were utterly depleted, worsened by a catastrophic crop failure triggered by rampant mutation. Despite this grim reality, Tien offered what pathetic little rations he could spare, expressing deep gratitude for Nan previously looking after his family. Crestfallen, Nan miserably admitted he had already begged numerous relatives, but none could offer salvation. Maintaining his facade, Tien tossed Nan a single pack of cup noodles, urging him to seek other survival options. Nan thanked him profusely, while Tien simply wished him luck. Completely resigned to his unfortunate fate, Nan slowly departed. Tien coldly estimated the meager food would sustain Nan for about 5 days, considering it wasn't much in such terrifyingly uncertain times. Human greed was dangerously unpredictable, forcing Tien to remain highly vigilant. He decided to secretly investigate Nan that night, realizing he no longer needed the useless common vegetables frozen in storage. As nightfall descended, Tien, alongside Han, stealthily approached Nan's house, clutching their own snacks. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from Xiao shattered the deadly silence. Nan silenced Tien, warning him not to startle Xia. Xia choked on blood, his condition worsening by the cruises. A moment. Emotionally shattered, Nan asked why Xia's condition was rapidly failing instead of healing as Xia violently coughed blood. Tien and Han watched through the glass. Han trembled at the gruesome sight, but Tien assured her they would be fine, urging her to look away. Analyzing Xia's symptoms, Tien suspected Xia had eaten irradiated vegetables, explaining his rapid decline. However, Tien questioned if Xia, their best test candidate, could survive this ordeal. Ultimately, Xia's fragile fate rested completely on luck. Suddenly, the window shattered. A pouch flew into Nan's house, startling them both. Nan erupted in fury, seeking the culprit. Xia urged caution, suggesting they inspect the package. Reluctantly, Nan agreed, telling Xia to stay put as he checked. Opening the pouch, Nan gasped in pure shock. Inside lay fresh vegetables and untouched food. Overcome with emotion, Xia declared his burning desire to live. He would try anything, even lying about his failing health. Nan broke down, admitting the hospital was useless. Yet, he could not bear watching him suffer without fighting. Determined, Nan convinced Xia to eat the food, urging caution. Suddenly, Xia screamed, coughing violently before abruptly stopping. Nan rejoiced at Xia's miraculous recovery. Meanwhile, Tien spotted a street light flickering back to life. This signaled returning electricity and a phone signal. He quickly dialed his girlfriend, Zhang. It rang endlessly, but she never answered. The scene shifted to a moving car filled with thugs. A phone rang loudly. They pondered whose it was until one man finally recognized it as Zhang's device. He suggested powering it down now that signals returned. Another man asked about their food stash, relieved they had enough supplies for a month. Smug about following their ruthless leader, they discussed their dark motives. The largest brute violently silenced them, stating only money and swift action mattered. They agreed. After the chaos at Nan's house, Tien and Han sped away in their car. Han praised the completely miraculous change witnessed in Xia. He was vomiting blood before eating the carrot, yet his deathly pallor swiftly vanished, shifting from gray to blue. Tien chuckled at Han's vivid storytelling tied to her anime love. Suddenly, a wild beast ambushed their car from above. Tien spotted the threat, a mutant monkey with menacing claws glaring in. He ordered Han to stay calm and hold on. She nodded in pure terror, bracing herself. Tien fiercely maneuvered the car, in deadly serpentine arcs, fighting to dislodge the beast. He screamed for Han to duck her head, and she instantly obeyed. Despite his wild driving, the mutant primate clung tight, swinging to the hood. Thinking fast, Tien swerved the vehicle, slamming the beast into a massive rock. Drawing his gun, Tien fired a lethal shot, ensuring it posed no further threat. Stepping out to inspect the carnage, Tien found a dark pool of blood beneath the beast. Hidden in the 40 gore, he uncovered a mysterious coded message. Perplexed, he questioned its dark origins. Knowing no breeding, farms or zoos existed nearby, Tien's mind raced back to the city's grim fate. Driving home, he told Han to relax and watch her shows, explaining he had urgent matters to handle. Agreeing, she left him alone. Now, Tien had to confront Bai, who was trapped in his altered state. Donning gloves, Tien wondered if the ancient medicinal carrot could cure Bai's severe radiation poisoning and restore his humanity. With tentative hope, he fed the carrot to Bai, praying for a miracle. Bai merely unleashed a terrifying growl. Meanwhile, Han, deep into her anime, heard unsettling noises. Growing anxious over Tien's long absence, she rushed down the hall. Entering the dark room, where Tien and Bi stood, she decided to play a quick prank. She tapped his back, startling him. Relieved, Tien asked if it was her. Han giggled, teasing his jumpiness. But their smiles vanished as they stared at Bai, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Overcome with shock, Han collapsed in utter despair. Tien begged her to compose herself as she sobbed. She screamed, asking why the miracle carrot failed. Bai. With a heavy heart, Tien explained that no carrot could reverse a mutation like Bai's. Han wept bitterly, drowning in an ocean of sorrow at the long, crushing reality of Bai's death. The next day, they performed his final rites, whispering a solemn farewell. Han stood, completely silent. Tien gently grasped her hand, suggesting they head inside as dusk fell. Despite her numb, withdrawn state, Tien gently interrupted, inviting her to dinner. He had cooked her favorite meal. Still, Han did not speak, only gesturing she needed his presence by her side. Tien quietly agreed. Later that night, Tien sat outside and saw a broadcast. Radiation-resistant crops were nearing full maturity. The revelation prompted him to prepare for. Soon, they harvested roughly 500 kilos of radiation-resistant crops and 10 kilos of ancient, medicinal-grade flora. A small robot returned to Tien, confirming successful point redemption. As a result, his level 1 ruined greenhouse upgraded to a level 2 ordinary house. However, Tien received a stark warning. His defense shelter was only level 3. It repelled small beasts, but larger threats remained deadly. The system strongly advised building a defense system immediately. Tien made the farm's absolute safety his top priority. With current crops yielding immense power, he postponed production expansion. Instead, he upgraded the wall, reinforcements from level 1 to 2. Purchasing the perimeter power grid successfully elevated his security readiness to level 1. Knowing his remaining points, he prioritized buying mechanical guards for Han's safety. Spotting a guard for 3,500 points, he calculated that selling warehouse grains would nearly cover the staggering cost. Confident he could earn more points later, Tien purchased a level 1 hummingbird and a level 2 hound. Watching the hummingbird in action, Tien marveled at its precision. It flawlessly shredded fallen leaves with bullets. With the air patrol active, Tien decided it was time to test his ground combat capabilities. He commanded the hound to destroy a rock. Using its beam attack, it effortlessly vaporized the stone. Visibly relieved by this display of power, Tien brought Han over to meet the fearsome hound. He explained it would be her personal protector. Tien suggested naming it Bai, which deeply moved Han. Meanwhile, in a towering city building, a subordinate reported to Liang they had cleared the out-of-control samples. However, data from number 7 was steadily surging. He noted the beast could now pierce thick steel plates with ease. Liang coldly inquired about the situation on the other side. The man replied that Ren was furious over their failure to secure medical equipment donations. This could ruin everything if reported to headquarters. Seated calmly, Liang arrogantly dismissed Ren's concerns, calling her a mere girl with zero influence. He assured his subordinate that their dark operations were discreet, making it impossible for Ren to launch an investigation without a starting point. The man agreed, noting that headquarters remained completely blind to their schemes. Liang ordered him to monitor Ren closely, preventing her from ruining their empire. With that, Liang left the room, his mind consumed by a legendary treasure. awaiting discovery. The scene shifts. Ren marched furiously, demanding to know Liang's location. A lady apologized, stating Liang wasn't in the company. Ren's terrifying presence pressured them, but she was told to wait. Suddenly, Ren burst through a door, demanding to know what Liang was plotting. She declared that the entire southern region's medical system was completely paralyzed. As a medical company, Liang needed to actively cooperate with the Amanjora hospitals, donating equipment and medicine, instead of obsessing over animal experiments. Liang replied this was the general manager's office. Barging in was highly inappropriate. He declared himself a ruthless businessman, and his sole purpose was ultimate profit. He firmly believed modern medical treatments were absolutely useless against that apocalyptic worldwide disease. Ren questioned what disease he meant. Liang smirked, reminding her she enjoyed massive dividends. Could she imagine the unimaginable wealth if they developed a cure? Ren sharply asked if Liang's dark research had made progress, noting that even the Yanhuan federal government had failed to create effective drugs. She threatened to inspect his secret lab personally. Liang laughed it off as a joke, emphasizing that such miracles take time. He smoothly suggested that if she cooperated and invested more manpower into the project, progress would skyrocket. Ren firmly stated she would visit the lab later to verify his claims and ensure effective cooperation. Hiding his true intent, Liang assured her she was welcome and had Kanger and H-Year arranged a personal escort. Ren agreed to his terms. As she walked away, a boy escorted her, whispering that the tech team found her office visit too short for a full scan. Accessing the secret laboratory, entrance was currently impossible. Ren brushed it off as an old issue, asking if the boy had finally obtained a confession from the captured scientist. The boy shook his head, explaining they were blindfolded every time they entered and exited the base. However, they possessed the keycards. Ren praised him for this crucial intel, handing over a card. She wondered where else the lab could be hidden. Perhaps the most dangerous place was truly the safest. Stepping into the laboratory, a mysterious man introduced himself as 2Z, her designated guide to their dark secrets. He offered Ren a tour. She nodded. Let us check the experimental subjects first. 2Z led her to Subject 7. It was the sole test subject that had not gone berserk. Its power multiplied tenfold. It remained unstable and aggressive, though nowhere near as mindlessly bloodthirsty as the failures. Suddenly, a man approached 2Z, urgently whispering grim news. 2Z froze in shock. The man admitted total ignorance of the situation, begging 2Z to come and investigate. 2Z demanded answers. 2Z quickly apologized to Ren, citing an unexpected emergency. He could no longer escort her. A colleague would take over. Ren brushed it off calmly. It was a routine inspection. She would explore before departing. The subordinate panicked, fearing that leaving her alone breached protocol. Ren countered confidently. We are under surveillance. Coverage. There is nothing to fear. Go now. Do not delay. 2Z agreed, swearing that her safety was paramount. Once alone, Ren tapped her earpiece. The true mission began. She told her accomplice it was time. Sitting at his glowing laptop, the boy confirmed the cameras were totally blind. Ren ordered a full scan for the hidden lab. He directed her to the northeast corner for a hollow space or a concealed switch. Her fingers found the trigger. As it clicked, the boy warned she had 30 minutes. Ren slipped through the door. Inside, floating in glass jars, were countless bodies. He asked for her assessment. Her voice turned dead cold. It is worse than predicted. Should I alert the chief officer to intervene? She refused, ordering him to wait. Moving deeper, she spotted a mermaid. The boy asked if she recognized the name. It was Zhang Tian's girlfriend. The scene abruptly shifts. Titian inspected his radiation-resistant corn. The golden harvest was ready. Han's eyes sparkled. Tien asked for help to finish the harvest early, before dinner. She enthusiastically agreed, craving a grilled feast later. Tien chuckled. Was she already hungry? She pouted, claiming she was too starving to just work. Amused, he sent her to fetch dry firewood while he prepared the buttery grilled corn. She beamed with delight. As the fire crackled, Han playfully asked what would happen if this endless gluttony turned her into a pig. Tien smiled, realizing her appetite had surpassed his own. He explained the truth. These special crops actively evolved their physical limits. As her physique awakened, her nutritional demands naturally skyrocketed. Because she was still growing, eating more would not make her gain weight. Relieved, she happily devoured the corn. Watching her glowing face, Tien reflected. Eating the radiation-resistant crops for days had phenomenally boosted both their physical stats. He broke the comfortable silence, joking that even this monstrous appetite would not turn her into King Kong Barbie. He burst out laughing, picturing that transformation. Blushing, Han praised the heavenly taste of the grilled corn. Tien smiled, promising a spicy batch. Next, he gazed at their fortified shelter. Even if her hunger rivaled Luffy in the future, they could afford it. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside. Who would visit at this hour? Checking the perimeter, he spotted Xia, holding a heavy bag. Was he returning the given food? What was he doing here? Lowering his guard, Tien approached Xiao and asked his purpose. Xia bowed respectfully. Since Tien had gifted his struggling family precious instant noodles, his father demanded they repay the debt of honor. Xiao had come bearing a food offering in return. Touched, Tien assured him such formalities were unnecessary. Clearly, he had saved a righteous soul. Curious, Tien asked where Xiao found the stash. Xiao confessed it mysteriously appeared in his yard. Perhaps a hidden relative or a secret benefactor quietly delivered the goods. Beyond repaying the favor, Xia hesitated, harboring a crucial request. Seeing his unease, Tien urged Xia to speak freely. Xiao revealed a rumor. A massive new grain supply center had just opened on the desolate southern side. It supposedly held endless stockpiles. He desperately needed Tien's truck for a supply run. Tien nodded, but Xia added, he lacked a driver's license. The perilous center was isolated, yet within striking distance. Tien immediately understood that. Xia needed him as an escort. Sensing the hesitation, Xia swore the dangerous trip would be swift. Weighing the risks, Tien pondered his situation. He had been trapped farming recently. He already planned to scout that very center within a couple of, days anyway. Fate simply accelerated his timeline. He accepted the mission. With his lethal mechanical guards securing the base, Han was secure. Furthermore, Bu's devastating combat protocols could easily slaughter any small group if needed. Tien agreed, citing their bond. But he had one strict rule. He must return before noon to cook for Han. Xia. Apologizing for the trouble, Tien told him to wait. He went inside for the truck and gave Han strict instructions to stay home and ignore the door. She told him not to worry, proudly showing off Bai's skills. Tien asked how Bai became so strong. It was an upgraded version, she explained, watching it effortlessly crush massive rocks to dust. Surprised, Tien reminded Han that Bai's overwhelming power was only for extreme emergencies. It was simply too dangerous. She nodded, promising to stop blowing up rocks. Smiling, Tien warmly ruffled her hair. He promised that he and Xia would return from the market with sweet treats for her. Curious, she asked if Xia was outside, eager to greet him. Tien playfully pinched her cheek. He asked if she just wanted to show off Bai. She insisted she was 6 years old now, no longer a child. She felt stifled, since only Tien treated her like that. Chuckling, he agreed and led Han to the truck. Outside, she greeted Xia, eager to boast about Bai. But Tien stopped her, telling her to step back so Xia could take the passenger seat. They needed to leave quickly to return in time for dinner. As they drove off, Han pouted, calling Tien mean for cutting her greeting short. She hurried back inside to watch cartoons and forget about it. On the road, Tien thought about Han's innocent nature. He fully expected her to make a fuss. After driving for a while, Xia asked if it was truly safe to leave Han alone. In this chaotic world, he feared the isolated farm could be targeted by thugs, putting her in grave danger. Tien just scoffed. Why would anyone target his rundown farm with no money or food? He reminded Xia that Han was only 6. Even with a self-defense, a weapon, she could barely use it. To him, the farm remained the absolute safest place. Xia nervously asked if Tien had left any protection for Han. Tien revealed the farm gate was fully electrified. No one could break in. He told Xia to relax and stop worrying. Xia sighed in relief, then pulled out his phone to text someone. Tien noticed, and Xia quickly hid the device. He nervously claimed he was just checking his funds, having recently borrowed cash from friends. Back at the farm, Han was happily watching cartoons. Excited, she shouted that they must summon the Rainbow Warriors. She cheered for the lemon yellow super evolution and golden yellow, noting Xia could change his colors too. Hugging her toy, "Hey," she asked if Xia could join the Rainbow Warriors. He just stared blankly. Han giggled, recalling how Xia looked green with greed before, but today he looked red. It was hilarious to her. Meanwhile, Tien handed some cash to Xia. Confused, Xia stared at the money. Tien admitted he wasn't rich, but Xia should take it for now. Xia refused immediately. Tien had already saved his family. He absolutely could not accept more money. Tien forcefully insisted. He told Xia to stop talking nonsense and drive. Xia acted deeply moved by Tien's help, swearing to repay the debt. As they drove, Tien calculated the route. 500 meters straight, then right. 300 meters ahead. Another 200 to the fork, and 100 beyond that to turn right. Xia looked increasingly anxious. Just as Tien prepared to turn right, Xia jerked the wheel left. He claimed the right path was blocked, forcing them left. Tien instantly sensed danger. He shouted that this was impossible. He traveled this main township road daily. It could never be closed without a massive natural disaster. He fiercely demanded where Xia heard this. Xia stammered that a friend told him. Tien demanded the friend's number, insisting on verifying it directly. Panicking, Xia begged Tien to trust him and turn, before it was too late, swearing he meant no harm. Reluctantly, Tien started turning the car. Meanwhile, hidden watchers noticed the shift. One man smirked, sensing the trap was set. He radioed his accomplices in a nearby Sato vehicle, questioning why Tien was turning back alone. Another operative asked for orders. Nan declared he was ready. The target was approaching, and they had to intercept. Liang ordered them to capture the targets alive, block all escape routes and crush them from the front and rear. He sneered, mocking the idea of them growing wings and flying away. He demanded status updates. Suddenly, Xia broke down, apologizing to Tien. He confessed his bitter betrayal, taking all the blame. Sobbing, he revealed he was utterly powerless. Shadowy figures had abducted his father. Tien ordered him to calm down. Who were these people, and what did they want? Crying, Xia revealed they were from Tan Run. They knew Tien possessed the poison antidote. They had viciously blackmailed Xia into luring Tien away. Their true goal was to kidnap Han and force Tien's surrender. Fury ignited in Tien. Han was only 6 years old. They dared to target an innocent child? Xia wept, claiming ignorance, terrified by their deadly threats. His father's life was on the line. Suddenly, a vehicle blocked their path. Xia warned Tien that those enemies had arrived. Tien roared at Xia to shut up. Every question Xia had asked was a calculated test to see if the Dauphin's hand farm was defended. Pretending to play on his phone, Xia secretly signaled the enemy. Soon, armed figures with weapons swarmed Tien's home. Trembling, Xia apologized to Tien, begging him to surrender the antidote. He cried there were too many foes to escape. Tien's eyes blazed with fury. He declared his absolute disgust for Xia, yet didn't want to kill him, sickened that Xia endangered Han. Weeping, Xia apologized, swearing he regretted it, but they took his father hostage. There was no turning back. He begged Tien for the antidote. Tien coldly told Xia he would punish him later. As for these intruders, none of them would leave this farm alive. Xia suddenly remembered the night he was cured. Nan had wept with immense joy, confessing his absolute terror. Xia admitted that he couldn't believe he survived. Nan harshly scolded Xia, calling him a total fool for eating strange food that triggered his illness. Xia confessed his agonizing hunger. Unable to endure it, he devoured an apple from the reply's cellar that seemed completely pure and untainted. Nan fiercely scolded Xia for his desperate recklessness, daring to eat anything from the dangerous cellar, as everything touched the tainted earth. Xia fired back, surviving on nothing but pathetic gruel for days. He had to gamble with his life, or he would have slowly starved to death anyway. Nan ordered him to stop spouting absolute nonsense. He proudly revealed he had borrowed supplies, and they had received A massive wave of food drops. Among them was a magical elixir that saved Xia's life, surely a divine blessing from the brown heavens. The gods couldn't watch Xia suffer, so they saved him. Nan solemnly reminded Xia that countless people had perished from eating toxic vegetables. Yet, he was the sole survivor. Therefore, they were bound by strict duty to pay respects at their ancestral graves to give thanks. Xia cynically thought that if a god truly existed in this world, this apocalyptic disaster would never happen. He believed this elixir was gifted by a mysterious benefactor who wished to keep their identity hidden. Noticing a bag of fresh fruits, Nan warmly asked if Xia was hungry. Xia was utterly stunned. Who would gift them such abundance when their family had been left to starve without even the basic necessities to survive? Nan reassured him that these rations were truly theirs, and he was rushing to prepare a hot meal for Xia. He emphasized that Xia was still recovering from a fatal illness and needed ultimate nourishment. A sudden thought struck Xia. He rushed outside. Alarmed, Nan asked where he was going. Xia vaguely replied he would return soon. Nan fiercely protested, insisting Xia hadn't fully healed. Xia coldly asked to be left alone. He marched to a neighbor's house, pounding on the door. The boy inside yelled, demanding him to stop his frantic knocking and state his identity. When Meow opened the door, he gasped in sheer horror, seeing Xia covered in blood. Meow nervously asked what Xia wanted. Xia grimly revealed his home was robbed, needing to check the surveillance footage. Confused, Meow asked what he meant. Xia revealed a full-angle wireless hidden monitor. Meow reluctantly agreed. Xia declared he must identify his brutal attackers for revenge. Meow nodded, but urged him to hurry, because his sleep time was precious. As Xia scoured the footage, he realized the lens captured the perfect angle of the dark alleyway. He wondered who the savior was. Suddenly, a massive truck appeared. He recognized the license plate. Without hesitation, he rushed back home. Nan frantically asked where he had been. Xia announced his savior. Nan asked who it was. Xia revealed it was Tien. Checking the footage, he found that Tien's arrival and departure times perfectly matched his miraculous rescue. Nan smiled warmly, praising Tien as a noble soul who gave food and saved Xia's life. Xia's expression darkened. He asked Nan if he knew the Tianrun group was offering a massive fortune to those who could provide a cure. Nan gasped in pure shock, demanding what Xia was plotting. Xia coldly replied he was trying to survive in this apocalyptic hellscape. He challenged Nan, questioning exactly how long their current food supply would last. What was their plan? Did Nan foolishly expect Tien to spoon-feed them forever? Furious, Nan slapped Xia and roared, asking if he dared repay Tien's grace with betrayal. He screamed in absolute disgust, cursing this ungrateful beast. He threatened to shatter Xia's legs if he approached Tianrun. Xia glared back, asking if Nan understood their reality. In this dying world, they could only rely on themselves. He swore he was doing what was necessary to survive, and nothing more. Snapping back, he gritted his teeth, realizing their ruthless pursuers were tracking them far too closely. Two rogue cars violently blocked his path. Suddenly, he was totally surrounded. Stepping out, he held Xia. Gripping the phone, Chen called Tien, introducing himself as an affiliate of the Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company. He explained his special method for arranging this meeting, assuring Tien that he harbored absolutely no ulterior motives. Chen revealed their knowledge of Tien's cure for the poisoning pandemic, proposing a lucrative deal for cooperation. Tien would provide the cure, and they would handle the labor, reaping massive profits together. Tien asked what would happen if he refused. Chen coldly replied that Tien only had two choices. The first was cooperation, making everyone happy, and allowing them to earn fortunes with smiles on their faces. Tien then inquired about the second option. Chen responded that they would extract the cure themselves, heavily implying the use of brutal force if necessary. Tien replied that discovering the epidemic's cure was pure luck. Furthermore, he only possessed a single dose, which he had already consumed. Chen reiterated his identity as an affiliate of the Tianrun Pharmaceutical Company. He restated his goal of discussing cooperation regarding Tien's cure for the deadly poisoning pandemic. Tien sighed, stating they had wasted their journey. He noted their lack of firearms and that Xia was utterly useless to them. If they possessed guns, they could have simply wounded Tien without resorting to empty threats. Chen remarked that Tien seemed unmoved, even in the face of death. Chen dialed his men, asking if they were at the farm gate. He instructed them to capture the little girl and force-feed her the poisonous fruits. He mocked the point of electrifying Tien's broken fence, knowing his veteran squad possessed insulation gear. He urged Tien to recognize his true value and cooperate, to amass wealth with Tianrun. Suddenly, Tien's aura turned ominous, and he coldly expressed his absolute hatred for threats. Chen wondered how a mere farmer could possess such a terrifying gaze. Tien warned Chen to be extremely grateful they had not come to the farm together, or they would already be dead. Chen arrogantly dismissed Tien's dark warning as utter nonsense. Confident in their overwhelming numbers, Chen demanded Tien's cooperation, promising his sister's survival. Seeing Tien's refusal to yield, Chen ordered his men to sever Tien's limbs, but keep him alive. The attackers violently broke through the farm walls. The chaotic disturbance made Han unable to enjoy her cartoons in peace. Infuriated, she felt a bloodthirsty urge to silence them permanently. Meanwhile, Tien stood completely alone, brutally battling the enemies, and launching their bodies through the air. Shocked by the utter chaos, Chen wondered what was happening. It was obvious the farm harbored anti-personnel weapons, forcing them to lure the intruders away. Observing Tien's battlefield from a distance, a man sensed mortal danger as massive rocks were explosively shattered. His initial suspicion of explosives was confirmed, yet he resolved to capture Tien alive. He realized that absolutely no one had understood Tien's terrifying true strength. Tien himself marveled at the explosive power boost from the radiation-resistant crops he had consumed for just a few days. His physical attributes, raw speed, strength, bone density, and combat reflexes had all evolved far beyond his wildest expectations. In ancient times, warriors entered the Tao through swordsmanship, but Tien chose to conquer it with his bare fists. A thug swung a deadly blade, but Tien smoothly sidestepped, feeling he was moving closer to the Tao. Let us create some space first, he thought, knowing his monstrous physical condition was no joke. He aimed his gun directly at Chen. Terrified, Chen deeply regretted his foolish oversight of not bringing a firearm, unaware Tien even possessed one. However, if Chen could close the gap, the weapon would become useless. He desperately warned Tien not to provoke, the powerful figure backing him, stressing the fatal consequences. Tien ruthlessly acknowledged this, shooting the others to demonstrate Chen's value and eliminate all useless threats. As the enemies fled in terror, Tien mercilessly hunted them down. Chen retreated into the woods, waiting for Tien to run out of bullets. Dodging lethal strikes, he found refuge behind a boulder. Realizing Tien had ceased shooting, signaling his ammunition was finally depleted, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He remained hidden in the shadows, plotting a fatal surprise. Attack on Tien to secure his victory. Meanwhile, Tien calmly accessed his inventory, retrieving a fresh pistol from the warehouse. He leaped above the rock, aiming right at Chen. Completely perplexed, Chen questioned how Tien still possessed a weapon, wondering if he was secretly a martial artist. The scene shifted to Tien's house, where every intruder lay utterly defeated. B appeared, having just ordered the brutal execution of the final intruder whose head was blown off. Deeply concerned about Tien's potential return and his judgment of her actions, she feared he might view her as a violent monster and reject her. Determined to conceal the bloodbath before Tien returned, she scrambled to dispose of the gruesome evidence. Outside the doors, a severely injured Chen finally admitted that threatening Tien with a child was a fatal mistake. He desperately pleaded with Tien to end his torment, promising to reveal all his secrets if spared. Tien coldly replied that letting Chen live was absolutely impossible, but he offered Chen a quick, agonizing end, or a chance to be cured and prolong the suffering. Since Tien possessed endless ammunition, faced with certain doom, Chen agreed to talk. Tien's first cold question was simple. Who ordered the bot hit? Chen confessed it was Liang, the CEO of Tianrun. Tien scoffed, unsurprised by the ruthless executives, greed, and history of price gouging. He demanded to know if anyone else was pulling the strings. Chen swore that Liang acted completely alone. He kept his operation deep in the shadows, hiding it from even the highest-ranking executives. Chen also exposed Liang's bitter feud with the vice president. The arrogant CEO planned to exploit this crisis to seize absolute power, impress headquarters, and crush the southern city vice president. Tien's eyes narrowed at the mention of headquarters. Tianrun Pharmaceuticals' southern city monopoly was merely a fraction of a massive empire. He slapped Chen awake, demanding to know if Liang had alerted the Fest main branch. Chen shook his head. The rival vice president had deep connections there, and Liang was terrified that a leak would utterly destroy his ambitious scheme. A cold smile formed on Tien's face. If the conspiracy was contained, it would be effortless to crush. He ordered Chen to lead him straight to Liang. Suddenly, Chen's phone rang. It was Liang, demanding a status report. Trembling, Chen claimed the target was subdued, but added that the prisoner refused to speak without seeing Liang and the old man. Liang exploded in fury, cursing Chen as a worthless failure for needing his personal intervention. Feigning panic, Chen apologized, insisting that Tien's lips were sealed and several men were dead. Reluctantly, Liang took the bait. He ordered Chen to drag Tien down to warehouse number 78, promising to arrive soon. Chen abruptly cut the call, leaving Liang seething with rage at the sheer disrespect. Pacing in his headquarters, Liang vowed to eliminate Chen. As he stormed out, he remained completely oblivious to Tien's deadly trap. Tien quickly bound Chen and ordered Xia to steal his clothes. On the dark drive over, Xia poured out his gratitude. Tien coldly stated Nan was merely a passing acquaintance and Xia needed to bury his useless emotions. Xia bowed his head in apology. Arriving at the warehouse, Xia hauled the bound Chen inside. Liang stood waiting with two thugs and a brutally chained Nan. Liang demanded to know where the messenger was. Xia lied smoothly, claiming the man was knocked out in the car and Chen had fallen sick, rushing to the restroom. Fearing Liang's deadly impatience, Xia had brought Nan inside alone. Liang sneered at their pitiful display. Mocking Nan's battered body, he laughed that his men hadn't struck hard enough. With a sadistic grin, he ordered Nan to beg for his freedom, but Nan refused to speak. He knew the truth. Liang planned to slaughter them all regardless. Through his gag, Nan's muffled groans fueled the CEO's wrath. Infuriated, Liang kicked him, calling him a filthy dog, and demanding silence. Xia watched the cruelty unfold, his fists shaking with rage. Liang caught his deadly glare and barked an order for Xia to drag Nan forward. The thugs ruthlessly stomped on the old man as Liang laughed at their misery. Suddenly, the ceiling shattered. Tien descended like a meteor, his heel crashing into Liang. The room froze. Liang spat blood, mocking that the wall was hard to climb. Unfazed, Tien leveled a gun at his skull. The thugs froze in sheer terror as Tien ordered them to stand down. Panic set in. Liang screamed, demanding to know where Chen was and if his prized dog had betrayed him. He dared Tien to pull the trigger. Tien stared down at the pathetic boss, mocking his supposed genius. It seemed Liang's only real talent was cruelty. Tien casually revealed the bound man was actually Chen. Desperate, Liang threatened to execute Nan if Tien moved an inch. Tien tilted his head, coldly asking if taking Liang's life was worth more than an old man's. Terrified, Liang shrieked for his men to attack, but Xia begged Tien to show mercy. Ignoring the foolish plea, Tien ruthlessly gunned down the two thugs, questioning Xia's resolve. With the threats eliminated, Xia frantically freed his father. Father and son fell to their knees before Tien, drowning in guilt. Xia apologized for his father's weakness, knowing words were inadequate but thanked him anyway. Tien calmly brushed off their apologies. He held no grudges, as Nan had never truly crossed him or caused any real harm. Still, Nan wept with crushing regret for his actions. Tien silenced their groveling, stating that endless apologies were useless. He ordered Xia to cast aside his guilt, making it clear he never believed the boy deserved punishment. Tien promised he wouldn't harm them without cause, leaving their next move to Xia. Swearing loyalty, Xia vowed they knew nothing and could be trusted. He then asked what the master planned to do next. Tien coldly ordered them to stack the unconscious bodies in a pile. He would fetch the car. Trembling, Nan dared to ask his final endgame. Tien replied. Forced to erase the tracks, they stacked the three corpses. Xia looked at Nan, asking if Tien meant to bury them. Nan agreed, dragging Chen aside. Leaving bodies exposed out here was far too dangerous. But as Nan reached for him, Chen lunged. A jagged mirror shard slashed the air. Nan barely dodged the strike, stunned by his speed. Xia froze at the sudden bloodlust. Chen spat that he had hit a dead end. With nothing to lose, he swung the fatal glass at Nan again. But in a flash, Xia took the brutal strike himself. Nan stood utterly paralyzed. Suddenly, Tien's car roared in, ramming Chen hard. Xia collapsed, screaming in agony. Tears fell as Nan confessed to Tien that Xia was right. He was truly useless, too weak to be good or evil. He cursed his selfish desires for endangering his father. Nan accepted Xia deserved his fate, wishing to give his life back to him. Finding deep peace, he told Tien to thank Han. The sweet candies in her meal tonight were a gift from him, knowing well a child would love them. With one final breath, Xia perished. A crushing wave of absolute grief washed over Nan. Soon, he and Tien burned the warehouse to ashes and vanished. Meanwhile, inside her office, Ren sipped tea calmly. An agitated subordinate burst in. She ordered them to breathe and speak slowly. Once composed, the subordinate reported a massive incident. Ren sharply demanded the truth, and they nervously revealed that Liang was dead. Ren swiftly inspected the corpses, demanding the doctor confirm who they were. Using dental pulp DNA, the doctor verified the charred remains belonged to Liang Qin. However, the system found 0 genetic matches or missing reports for the other ruined bodies. Lacking police resources, further identity checks were utterly impossible. Without hesitation, Ren ignored their identities. She fiercely demanded to know if this bloodbath was an accident or murder. The doctor confirmed grim murder. Bullet fragments proved they were gunned down in cold blood before being stacked and burned in a car. Some bore brutal torture marks. Inspecting a corpse, Ren realized the killer was a terrifyingly ruthless monster. She wondered if this dark strike targeted Liang or Tianrun Corporation. If it was Liang, she would drink 2 bottles of red wine tonight. If it was Tianrun, these killers were her sworn enemies. Elsewhere, Tien bought a small bomb, asking if Nan truly craved vengeance. Nan agreed, vowing to risk his life. Handing over the explosive, Tien explained he had erased what tracks he could, but warned that Tianrun might still unearth deadly clues leading right back to him. He swore never to let Xia's tragedy repeat. Nan fiercely reassured Tien, promising the blast would trigger perfectly. Tien then revealed all his hidden secrets to Nan. Returning home together, he called for Han. Nan stood shocked to see her entirely unfazed by the chaos, even with a robotic dog roaming the bountifully house. Outside, Han had used a crane and sand mound to hide the bodies. Spotting Tien and Nan's return, she denied guilt, claiming it was just a simple digging game without triggering anything. Unamused, Tien scolded her, having witnessed her entire act. She tearfully confessed her lies, terrified he would hate her violent darkness. Afraid he might abandon her, she trembled. Tien asked how he could ever cast her aside. She sobbed that she had taken human lives. Nan questioned if that was why. Tien warmly reassured Han, vowing to stand beside her and shoulder any grave mistake together. With absolute devotion, he swore she was always the most precious person in his family. He was genuinely thrilled she had learned how to defend her own life. Urging her to stay true to herself, he promised to guide her path so she wouldn't bear the heavy burden. He praised her for crushing wicked threats and saving innocents from harm. Fired up, Han vowed to destroy anyone who dared to bully Tien. Watching this, Nan realized the shifting world was moving too fast. He had to adapt. Han then confessed her secrets to Tien, who asked if she truly meant she saw the enemies radiating a hateful red aura. Despising them, she ordered B to execute them. B agreed, noting the intruders smashed the gate and ruined her cartoon time. Red was an unsettling shade she found disturbing. Tien asked if she saw colors in others too. She confirmed. Tien glowed a calm blue, an inviting green, but Xia also reeked of that ominous red. She then revealed Nan's aura was a murky gray, mixed with a faint green. She noticed many random strangers were gray too. Hearing this, Tien deeply pondered. Realizing the red aura signified malice toward Han, he asked if She saw any floating words or letters besides colors. He wondered if Han was a player too. She denied seeing any text. He then asked when these human auras first appeared. She replied, "It began a week ago." Tien realized her power awakened after the destruction season began. This confirmed she possessed no system and wasn't a player. Lost in thought, he pinched her cheeks, a habit when solving problems. Tien deduced it was an evolution triggered by the radiation-resistant crops. He smiled, and she teased him for looking scary. He just expressed his joy. Tien realized that if true, system-grown crops lacked the deadly side effects of radioactive plants. However, the Klostrob's mutation chance was much higher. They had consumed this food for mere days, yet their physical limits had shattered. Han's new power to read emotions acted like a high-tier proximity, radar or tracking device. Tien called his own power the Eye of Truth and named her gift the Eye of Good and Evil. He praised this incredible skill and its tactical value. She asked if she could finally to be of true use to him. He warmly agreed. He told her that whenever she saw a red aura, she must report it, calling her his ultimate assistant. His touch made her beam with joy. He asked if she was hungry and offered to cook. Soon after, a feast was prepared, and the three of them sat down to Tien. Tien revealed that Nan would now live with them to handle the farm work. Nan admitted he did not grasp everything, but swore absolute loyalty to Tien. Han was thrilled by this news and asked where Nan would stay. Nan stated he would build a modest hut by the front gate to stand guard. Han then asked about Shia's fate since Nan remained. Nan calmly replied that Shia went to the next world, atone for his brutal sins. Han noted that anyone glowing red with intent to harm Tien never lived long. She vowed that enemies targeting Tien or He would face Ba's fierce retaliation. Tien praised her and urged her to just enjoy the food. Nan thought this tense reality was already at its absolute peak. His own hands were forever stained with blood, yet his mind was at peace. As long as he could help his son achieve vengeance, he would gladly be Tien's watchdog. The scene shifts to a man watching a batagal. The speaker declared it was day 15 of the disaster. The death toll hit 38.6 million on Blue Star and 4.7 million in the Yan Hang Federation. The government was moving grain reserves, and soil-less farming tech would soon hit mass production. He begged the public to stay calm. The man's son approached, asking for orders. The man asked if he had read Ren's latest report. The boy nodded, adding that Ling perished. The man called Tien a solid earner, mourning Ling's sudden death. He noted the global mutation rate had spiked. He revealed the military police had just captured a terrifying level 5 mutant beast near the southern border mountains. Jing, his son, gasped in shock, demanding to know how a level 5 monster could exist. Their best research labs had only documented level 3 threats. Was it the result of artificial catalysts? Deep within the untouched, human-free forests, radioactive plants flourished wildly. Even weak species cannibalized each other, fueling violent mutations. The father warned that current technology was defenseless against this rapid natural evolution. He commanded King to seize the local lab. Meanwhile, Ren found out that Liang's dark, secret experiments used highly intriguing technologies. They planned to merge these findings with current resources, ensuring the rapid extraction of the virus. Jing agreed to the plan. Ren sat in her office, realizing records from 2 days ago looked completely normal. This proved the true cause of his death occurred in a tight time frame. However, Ling had manually wiped the security footage from those crucial days, leaving them totally blind. Dwelling on this was useless. For now, they had to choose a site for the new research institute. Plus, Ren still needed to welcome the incoming leader. Stepping outside, she greeted Jing, who arrived from the south. After a firm handshake, Ren spotted a mysterious man behind Jing. Jing introduced him as Kui, the assistant of the king. Jing then brought up the rumored research institute location and requested a tour. She smoothly agreed, offering a few prime sites on the city outskirts. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted back to Tien surveyed the aquatic livestock. He marveled at the vibrant fish, spanning from level 1 to level 5, at the diverse species before him. He noticed the points required to purchase various fish of the same tier remained identical. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a bluefin tuna, a rare pre-apocalyptic delicacy sold. For 500 points. Thrilled, he asked Han if she craved bluefin tuna. She wondered if it was that luxurious fish that melts in the mouth. Tien nodded, recalling when such feasts were far beyond their reach. Yet, now they could feast endlessly. Han's eyes sparkled with hunger. Without delay, Tien grabbed his gear and suggested firing up the excavator to carve out a massive fish pond. Han eagerly agreed, and He tagged along. As they drove the heavy machine, the group arrived at a clearing. Tien ordered the excavation to begin, while Nan petted He, questioning the beast's rapid growth. Tien explained that He had already reached full maturity and shouldn't be expanding further. Nan wondered if the farm's rich harvest had just bulked the creature up, recalling how He once only reached her knees, now towering to their thighs. Tien nodded in quiet agreement, realizing their daily bond masked the beast's evolution. He feared a toxic mutation like B's tragic fate, but remembered all venomous crops were burned after that incident. Perhaps He had naturally evolved from devouring radiation-resistant plants, much like Han. He vowed to watch the beast closely. Suddenly, the system blared. Uninvited guests approached. Tien's gaze sharpened. Nan noticed his shifting aura, asking what had drawn his focus. A woman and 2 men approached, boasting a threat level of 8. It was Ren, Jing, and Koi. Jing knocked the heavy gates. Ren asked Jing if inspecting her newly scouted locations was truly necessary, while praising the superior security they offered. But Jing's eyes locked on the farm, admiring its strategic perfection and massive scale. He plotted to buy it all for their new base. Ren bowed to his ultimate decision, although she felt bitter. Behind his gentle smile lay a cold, unreachable man who completely ignored her tireless efforts. In scouting other zones, she doubted anyone lived here, convinced the brutal wasteland had claimed this farm. Yet Jing ordered Koi to hammer the gates, fiercely determined to force the owner out. Tien finally emerged, demanding their purpose. Jing recognized him as the master, requesting a private negotiation inside. Tien coldly refused. They would speak right there, and they needed to make it fast. He had work to do. Jing chuckled, blaming the apocalypse for the rush. Ren, deeply offended by Tien's arrogant tone, declared herself general manager of Tien-run company. She demanded to purchase his entire sanctuary, asking him to name his price. Tien's mind raced. How did they find him so quickly? Ren arrogantly promised to fulfill any demand, offering boundless wealth and a luxurious villa in the heart of the central city. But Tien shut her down instantly. His domain was not for sale. Ren gritted her teeth, urging him to reconsider the sheer weight of their offer. She flaunted Tien-run's legendary southern reputation, hoping the absolute power would shatter his resolve. Tien stood firm. Not even a towering mountain of pure gold could make him abandon his land. Furious at this disrespect, Koi smashed his fist into the gate. Red alerts instantly flooded Tien's system. A minor attack of Strength 2 was detected. The system asked to retaliate. Tien canceled it, knowing Koi could die from the base's lethal defenses. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed. Jing struck Koi hard, preaching about the leader's strict teachings. He ruthlessly warned his hound against acting out of turn. Koi bowed in deep shame. Tien watched this twisted dynamic with cold interest. Jing smiled, begging pardon for his dog's ignorance. Tien shrugged it off, motioning Koi to step closer. As Koi leaned in, Tien unleashed his hummingbird technique. A blindingly precise strike forced the brute to his knees. Tien smirked. Koi hit his gate, so he returned the favor. Blood for blood. They were finally even. With a wave of his hand, Tien ordered the powerful faction to vanish. Jing remained terrifyingly silent, his smile never fading. He penned a quick note, apologizing for the chaos, and attached his personal contact number. He whispered that Tien could reach out when reality finally set in. Ren sneered at Tien's unbending arrogance, certain he was a fool. As they turned to leave, she watched Tien tear, the precious number to shreds. Her blood boiled at the ultimate insult as they drove away into the wasteland. Left alone, Tien's eyes darkened. How did Tien-run track his hidden sanctuary so fast? Were they hunting him specifically? Or was this cursed fate? Sensing war, Tien moved to awaken Hummingbird Guard number 1. He watched them leave, certain they would meet soon. Only 10 days remained until the next destructive season. Tien checked the plantation's stable yield. Excavation in the aquatic zone had officially commenced. He planned a livestock sector next, bracing for future trials. After preparing the meal, Tien finally sat down to eat. Han offered her homemade sesame sauce, boasting of its rich flavor. Tien praised her efforts and took a bite, agreeing it was superb. Han noted how winter made the mutton hot pot so comforting, and Tien shared his deep love for its warmth. Nan wondered if their clothing suited the shifting climate, fearing the land's fading fertility. Tien hinted that Han had harbored deep curiosity about this, yet he could not reveal more. Nan nodded, assuring Tien he would never pry into his Adas secrets. Tien urged Nan to brace his mind. This meal they consumed was far from ordinary. It would slowly alter their bodies, boosting frost resistance, forging peak physical fitness, and possibly awakening rare abilities. Tien eagerly awaited Nan's potential evolution. Nan asked what Tien was, saying, comparing his words to wild science fiction. Tien explained the apocalypse itself was making those very myths reality. Given ancient fossils, it was hardly far-fetched to envision ancient powers. He called it brutal evolution, not supernatural magic. Nan confessed he didn't fully grasp Tien's logic, suggesting they just eat. He then asked if any guests had visited today. Tien confirmed. Tien Run representatives had come. Nan gasped, noting the heavy implications. He half-joked if an old, useless man like him could also benefit from the farm's harvest. Tien nodded, advising Nan to rest early while he ran errands. Tien tracked Hummingbird number 1's signal, finding it in the Harmony Villa district. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Ren guiding Jing and Koi home. She offered them shelter for the night, promising to arrange proper quarters the following day. Jing thanked her, fearing they were a burden. Ren informed Jing and Koi they would be resting downstairs in one of 4 open rooms, letting them pick their favorite. She promised to have dinner prepared and sent to their rooms. Jing accepted this plan, heading upstairs and urging Ren to rest early too. Meanwhile, Tien's tiny mechanical hummingbird hovered near Ren, deeply annoying her. She wondered aloud why mosquitoes survived this freezing chill. Post-bath, Ren saw her own sheer exhaustion from the brutal day. She chose to pamper herself with a skincare spa routine. Fresh from the shower, staring into the mirror, she pondered if a gorgeous, successful woman like herself left any space for others. Applying a mask, she heard the pest still buzzing. Mistaking the noise for a beetle, Ren opened the window to cast it out, savoring the crisp night air after the stifling air conditioner had run for hours. Opening the glass, a chilling sight struck her. A boy stood right outside, startling her. The boy vaulted inside. Ren tried screaming, but his hand clamped over her mouth. She wondered if her guards were even outside. He forced her down. She vowed to fire them all. The boy's grip was so overwhelming she couldn't resist. She had to soothe him. He warned he would release her, but only if she stayed silent. If she fought, his blade would strike before any guard could react. Ren tried to calm her racing heart as he let go. She revealed her bedside cabinet held vast sums of money and gold. He could take everything if he spared her life. She swore to keep the police out of it. The boy noted how cooperative she was. Ren stated the world ran on wealth, and hurting her would only invite ruin. Taking the cash and fleeing would buy him endless supplies of food. The boy coldly replied he wasn't here for her riches. Shocked, she asked if he was a pervert making excuses just to attack her. He cut her off, demanding if she had ordered Liang's assassination, questioning why it took her so long to find the killer. Realizing this wasn't a robbery, she asked his ties to Liang. She knew Liang's loyal men were dead, wondering about his origins. The boy stated Liang had saved him once, and now he sought bloody revenge. Hearing Ren was probing Liang's murder, he asked her to hand over all her intel so he could hunt the killer too. She realized he had come to hurl his accusations. She explained she and the police were tracking Liang's demise, but clues were scarce, and tracking the real killer quickly was impossible. The boy noted she claimed Liang's rank following his demise, making her the prime suspect. Shocked, she realized she lacked proof and had provoked many southern enemies. Naturally, someone could exploit this chaos to exact brutal vengeance upon Liang. So, tragically killed, she denied any blood feud. His general manager rank simply wasn't worth killing over. Conceding Ren's sharp logic, the boy was baffled they lacked a single suspect. Ren revealed the cold truth. Liang had purged all records and security footage of recent conspiracies. How could she track a phantom killer without knowing his final contacts before dying? It was an impossible puzzle. The boy guessed Liang coveted absolute power for himself, erasing his tracks. She begged for mercy. Suddenly, hearing heavy footsteps, he viciously struck Ren's neck, dropping her cold. Outside, Kwai battered the door, while the maid panicked over the rice, blaring alarm, signaling an intrusion. Kui was urged to save Ren. Bursting into the room, they found Ren collapsed. The maid checked her while Kui inspected the window, warning Jing to trap the boy. He marveled at the hulking Kwai shattering the heavy door. Meanwhile, Jing smirked, mocking his rude midnight intrusion into a lady's room. Seeing Jing, the boy demanded how he tracked him despite leaving zero traces. Jing coldly revealed that the gravity sensors at the window betrayed him. He had Kui barricade the door. Avoiding an open clash, Jing knew he would flee through the window, his sole escape route. The boy praised Jing's tactical mind, but sneered at this weak bean sprout stopping him. He lunged fiercely, but Jing perfectly parried, and the boy suffered a brutal counter. Revealing his scarred leg, Jing mocked how the boy's arm bones paled against his knee. He calculated the boy's ulna and radius should have shattered from the massive 700-kilogram frontal impact, crushing his carpal joints due to their failure to become side to absorb such force. Yet, zero damage remained. Jing interrogated the boy about his martial arts, seeing no special techniques. Baffled, Jing aggressively demanded the truth from him, warning that escape tonight was impossible. The boy's hands quivered facing Jing's aura, wondering if his foe mastered true martial arts. He stood stunned that Jing easily blocked his devastating strike, despite his physical power vastly eclipsing a normal human's. Tangling with this elite fighter was proving dangerously troublesome. Footsteps and voices echoed as reinforcements closed in. The boy mockingly apologized to Jing, ending their game, vowing to slaughter him next time. As Jing fiercely lunged forward, the boy hurled blinding dust into his eyes. Jing coughed, granting his prey the perfect escape window. He mocked Jing to wash his eyes. Furious, Jing blinked, seeing the boy vaulting the high wall with a final farewell. Jing's backup swarmed in, demanding to know if the intruder had escaped. Jing, recovering his breath, marveled at the boy's sharp intellect and monstrous physical durability, acknowledging his incredible combat instincts. Resolved, Jing swore to hunt him down, reassuring his crew he only needed to wash his stinging eyes. Warning his men to stay alert, they asked about pursuit. Jing declined, stating the boy's monstrous speed made chasing useless. He then checked on Ren's state. A guard inspected her, reporting back her minor injuries. The boy merely knocked her out. He advised feeding her pills from the medical kit upon waking, following the pre-written dosage. The terrified maid suggested calling the police, but Jing refused. The South was lawless territory. Involving the cops would only ignite more trouble for their hidden military and police allies. The maid nodded gratefully, lamenting the world's terrifying, chaotic state. Suddenly, Kui brought grim news. His room sweep revealed a crucial hard drive was missing. Jing's eyes widened. Was it the gray drive connected to his terminal? Kui nodded grimly. Meanwhile, the third boy, Tien, sneaked back home. Disconnecting his network to evade tracking, he prepared to uncover Tien Run Company's dark agenda. Booting the stolen drive on his laptop, he unlocked classified experimental files. Suspecting Jing was a mad researcher. Opening them, he saw countless creatures slaughtered as a result. Yet, Jing fanatically believed this would forge a perfect world. Tien realized this wasn't a Tien Run's classified files revealed a dark truth. Radioactive food triggered violent physical mutations. It altered both beasts and humans. Yet, Jing saw beyond the catastrophe. He saw true evolution. Humanity had walked the wrong evolutionary path, resulting in premature death. Jing swore to forge the correct path. No matter the blood spilled, he would elevate humanity into a supreme civilization. In his utopia, terminal illnesses and congenital defects would be entirely erased from existence. The weak would never be burdens again. Humanity would awaken with the raw power of wild beasts. They would live beyond a century. Whether absolute ruin or supreme glory awaited at the end, they would face it fearlessly. Elsewhere, Kui reported their desperate search had failed. Jing deduced the target used stealth tactics to vanish, or simply had not cracked the hard drive's secrets yet. The mother disk remained completely silent, receiving 0 signals. Kui questioned if the stolen data was truly crucial. Jing scoffed. The ancient drive was far too complex for ordinary outsiders. Still, anxiety gnawed at Jing. If his private notes surfaced, his true purpose for invading the dock, Southern territory would be exposed. Koi noted the highly suspicious timing of their recent ambush. Was number 7 truly behind the attack? Jing shook his head. If that elite assassin wanted them dead, he would never deploy a clumsy rookie. The assailant possessed brute physical strength, but lacked refined martial skill. Surrounded by darkness, they crossed the point of no return. Tien saw it was November 21st, 2025. Yan Guang calendar. Jing's logic resonated, but his arrogance disgusted him. Had the cruel human experiments begun? Tien revealed a level 1 Bamama, Shanpig, a level 1 Windsor rabbit, and a level 1 Qingyan chicken. Han's eyes instantly lit up, asking where he found such adorable creatures. Knowing the system was too complex to explain, Tien needed a simpler excuse. He smiled, claiming he possessed a mystical Doran treasure bag. He could summon anything at will. Han gasped in absolute awe. Tien nodded confidently, making her swear an oath of secrecy. She immediately agreed, surprising him. Suddenly, he noticed Han cuddling the tiny rabbit. He sternly warned her not to play with their precious food rations. Han froze in absolute horror. She desperately pleaded with him to spare the adorable creature's life. Tien ruthlessly listed spicy rabbit meat, savory pork bacon burgers, and delicious chicken rice. He tempted her with grilled chicken legs, pickled pepper rabbit, pork chop rice, and spicy hot pots. Defeated by hunger, Han considered vegetarianism. However, Tien firmly reminded her to be deeply grateful for their hard-earned survival food. He warned that forming emotional bonds with livestock only brings pain. He reached out his hand, and she reluctantly surrendered the tiny rabbit, swearing to eat every last bite from now on. Suddenly, a system notification congratulated Tien. The plantation had spawned an ultra-rare crop, albino corn. An immediate harvest was required. Intrigued by this mystical harvest, Tien sent Han away to play while he investigated the crop fields. She obeyed instantly. Tien discovered the albino corn was a supreme level 2 consumable item, a 1 in 100,000 mutation, born from anti-radiation crops. Its effect was staggering. It triggered an explosive rage state, multiplying strength and speed tenfold for 30 seconds. 30 seconds of godlike rampage. It was a legendary trump card. He frantically scoured the dirt, hoping to unearth more of this miraculous treasure. But his desperate search ended in disappointment. Such legendary mutations required monumental luck. The mysterious farming system never guaranteed these divine drops during planting. Tien pondered if aggressive, intensive farming tactics could multiply their harvest. Wouldn't overflowing fields guarantee more of these rare treasures? Yet, he quickly discarded that foolish thought. Chasing rare drops would ruin his entire foundation. Forcing a massive harvest might trigger a few miracles, but the backlash would be catastrophic. It would drain the soil, spawning countless withered and useless crops. He had to remain disciplined. No cheap shortcuts. True survival required steady farming. Right now, gathering points was priority, considered the ultimate prize. The scene shifts to Ren, resting as her mind drifts to the thief who invaded her, home searching for Liang. She vows to hunt him down and shred him to pieces. She curses her useless guards, calling them absolute fools for letting one man escape. The military and police are spread far too thin, leaving no extra forces to investigate. To expose this shadow's identity, official channels are completely useless. Suddenly, Ren recalls finding a single strand of hair clinging to her clothes. Far too light to be hers, it undeniably belongs to the phantom, who struck that night. Suppressing the haunting memory of his presence, her resolve to capture him burns brighter. She then descends the stairs, demanding an audience with Jing. Pausing his reading and sipping his tea, Jing glances up, asking if her vitality has returned. She takes a seat, expressing deep gratitude. The meridian techniques he imparted were truly miraculous. Not a trace of agony lingered today. She then reveals that a sanctuary has been secured for his research institute. Near the central hub, it was once a factory before catastrophic shifts forced it to close. Its doors acquired for a mere pittance. The location is flawless, wrapped in absolute silence, perfectly satisfying Jing's strict demands. Jing offers a polite smile, sensing that her personal visit signifies a hidden motive she desperately wishes to discuss. She nods, admitting her pride is slightly bruised. Knowing Jing's absolute mastery over biological research, she requests a systemic DNA comparison. She asks if he can pinpoint a DNA match for a Laf, solitary hair across the southern side. He warns that searching the entire southern territory would be chasing shadows in the abyss. Analyzing 100,000 samples would consume an eternity, and merely harvesting the genetic material is a monumental trial. He questions if this target is truly vital. Brushing it off, she insists it is trivial. She merely wishes to crush the invader who struck her. If the burden is too immense, they could abandon the hunt. Jing smoothly assures her it is a simple feat, promising absolute support. Grateful, she asks if she is disrupting his work. In a dark experiment, Jing found the serum's dilution reached 10%. After the violent infusion, the subject's muscular fibers mutated, swelling with terrifying density as cellular frenzy multiplied thousands of times. A nightmarish beast with compound eyes was born. Its mortal genes utterly mortal bees, corrupted by an alien organism. Consumed by unholy rage, the abomination shattered its unbreakable restraints. The 34th trial of experiment V virus B failed. Shattering glass echoed. Meanwhile, lost in a dream, Jing relives a haunting memory of a banquet. Whispers mocked his isolation, until his half-brother, Jim, fiercely warned the arrogant heirs not to insult his blood, scorning him as a bastard. The cruel boys plotted to drown Jing's beast's face in the icy pool, forcing him to choke on his humiliation. Jing's older brother coldly commanded his lackeys to leave no physical scars. He reminded them that, though born of tainted blood, Jing still bore the noble surname. By enduring their father's brutal expectations, the lackeys sneered, leaving Jing choking and weeping, pleading for mercy. Their cruel mockery only stoked his brother's fury. Jing jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat, and begging the shadows not to strike. A mere nightmare. Now, with V-shaped viruses achieving pure stability, Jing is absolutely certain that forging the ultimate evolutionary weapon will grant him the power to crush his brother. The scene cuts to Tien's from sanctuary, where Han monitors the broadcast. It reveals 19 dark days have passed since the world's collapse, and over 100 mutated beast carcasses of unknown origin formed a mountain of flesh in N Town. The plague control units have already incinerated the horrors. Tien questions why she abandoned her animated shows to focus on the grim broadcasts. She declares she is sick of being shielded like a fragile child. By tracking the apocalypse, she refuses to constantly cower in his shadow. Tien reminds her that her ability to perceive malicious intent is already a massive tactical advantage. Beaming, she vows to rapidly awaken her own power to stand by his side. As his strength skyrockets, Han must forge her own destiny. Tien reflects on his quiet observation of her aura, realizing she shows no signs of violent mutation. Her evolution is a pure leap, sparked by the anti-radiation products. This brings relief. He announces that he and Nan will resume excavating the spiritual pond. If hunger strikes, she is free to devour. The prepared provisions. An hour passes, and her stomach rumbles. Spotting a strange wooden box on the table, she carefully opens it to find level 4 divine gain seeds. Tien had spoken of cultivating these spiritual nuts. She revealed to Han that exactly 2 remained, 1 for each. Biting into hers, she fed the second to Han. Overwhelmed by bitterness, she spits it out, unable to endure the foul taste. Rinsing her mouth frantically, the after effects kick in. That night, a heavy lethargy consumes Han. Night fell. Frantic barking jolted Nan awake. Confused, he flicked on the light, only to stare in pure horror. Han was vomiting black blood, her body twisted into a vile mutation. She lunged at Nan, but he barely dodged the blow, panicking over her fate. She was totally unrecognizable. Nan feared she had fully transformed into a savage beast, through mutation. Yet, her aura felt wildly different from typical cases. Seeing the beast hesitate to attack again, Nan spoke softly. "It's me, Uncle Nan," he whispered. The wolf dog glanced around in utter confusion as Nan watched. "Hungry? I'll get food," he offered gently. Suddenly, Han let out a deafening roar, shattering the glass window. She vaulted outside. With terrifying speed, she effortlessly cleared the towering fence, leaving Nan in total shock. Tien arrived. "What happened?" he demanded. Nan quickly explained how Han had gone totally berserk and fled outside. He had no clue what triggered her rage, yet she didn't match any known mutant beast. Deep down, she somehow seemed to recognize him. Tien froze in sheer disbelief. Just then, little Han walked in, calling their names softly. Noticing, her loyal dog was missing. Waking to an empty room, she wandered out. "Why is everyone out here?" she asked sleepily. Tien hid his panic. "Don't worry," he smiled. "She probably got bored of staying indoors all this time. She might return after a quick run." He softly urged her back to sleep, swearing that everything would be completely fine. The little girl refused to buy it. "She never leaves my side," she cried. What did Uncle Nan mean by going crazy? Spotting her bare feet, Tien gently scooped her up. Trembling, she voiced her darkest fear about their companion. Did she turn into a monster too? Tien urged her to stay calm. "Did she eat anything strange today?" he asked sharply. "Just normal farm scraps." "Oh, and some growing nuts from your special box," she sniffled. Tien's eyes went wide. The level 4 divine grain seeds? A terrifying thought hit him. The hound was evolving. But what caused this rampage? He frantically summoned his system. Does consuming level 4 grain seeds trigger a deadly side effect, causing madness? Total silence. The system was entirely unresponsive. Dread gripped his heart. He turned to the girl, vowing to find her. "Be good and wait with Grandpa Nan," he commanded softly. She clung to him, begging him to save her friend. Tien smiled. "I'll bring her back safely. She's family." Meanwhile, the mutated hound tore through the night. Her blood was boiling. A crimson glow consumed her eyes. Primal instincts urged her to shred every living throat. Yet, she fiercely resisted. Harming humans meant never facing her master again. Nearby, a mysterious woman in a trench coat spotted the beast. "A sacred beast from the Oracle," she gasped. Capturing it would earn divine favor. Elsewhere, Tien revved his bike, fiercely hunting her down. His patrol mosquitoes buzzed back, with grim news. No sign of her. She had breached the area. He had to find her fast. If military police caught the beast, she'd be executed. Suddenly, the fanatic woman blocked his path. "Are you hunting for that black wolf dog?" she asked smugly. "Is she yours?" Tien glared coldly at her. "Where did she go?" he demanded. Ignoring his fury, the zealot smiled. "Do you comprehend the divine truth of the apocalypse?" Tien's patience snapped. "Cut the nonsense. Tell me where my dog went," he barked. "I don't care about your cult trash. These disasters are God's wrath," she preached. "This apocalypse will ravage Earth until every sinner is wiped out. You can be saved." She urged him to join their sect. Make a sincere confession to God to earn true salvation. Tien scoffed internally. Was this just another pathetic apocalypse scam to extort desperate survivors? Eyes narrowing, he probed further. "Any rules to join?" he mocked. "Our survival society operates on a strict power hierarchy," she smiled, "with tiers for all beings. Different ranks demand different offerings. Fees range from 3 to 300,000 units. Higher ranks bring you closer to God. Only immense wealth secures true salvation. But since you master that sacred beast," she smirked, "just offer the creature to us, and your entry is fully guaranteed." Tien laughed coldly. "Go practice your cheap brainwashing elsewhere," he spat. "Your deception skills are absolute garbage." "Blasphemy! How dare you insult God?" she shrieked. Tien shrugged it off. "I have no time for your crazy delusions," he stated. "Can piety really save you?" he mocked. "In this apocalypse, true salvation is forged only by your own 2 hands." Without a backward glance, he vanished. "Heretic!" she screamed after him. "Non-believers will burn in eternal hellfire." She cursed him as absolute scum. Riding away, a wave of nostalgia washed over Tien. He recalled standing by a desolate road, smoking by his car. A faint noise broke the silence. Investigating the sound, he found a dog lying in a pool of blood. It was likely struck by a reckless driver. Yet, right beside the tragic corpse, he spotted an incredibly tiny, shivering puppy, miraculously clinging to life. Tien gently scooped it up in sheer awe. The heroic mother had clearly died to shield her baby. Its mother had been dead for days. Yet, this tiny pup survived against all odds. He gently lifted the fragile creature, noting how many humans carried its tragic, orphaned fate in this harsh world. Suddenly, his thoughts shattered. As the beast clamped onto a guard's leg, screams echoed as nearby armed men scrambled to prepare their heavy gear. One yelled to act fast, warning that Xiao was fading. Jing stormed onto the bloody scene, demanding to know how. A mutated beast breached their perimeter. A guard revealed Xiao had sneaked into the dark woods to smoke, foolishly tossing his cigarette at the creature. The provoked monster unleashed its fury. Angry, Jing asked how they allowed this disaster. The guard stammered that the beast had concealed itself flawlessly. Xiao had utterly missed it until it struck. They had already summoned the military police for backup. Jing's eyes widened in shock. He demanded to hear that again. A mutant using stealth? The guard nodded. A terrifying realization struck his mind. Low-tier beasts operated on instinct, blindly hunting body heat. This calculated ambush proved a horrifying fact. This was a high-level mutant. It had only crippled the guard's leg, intentionally sparing his fragile life. It understood firearms. The monster was using human shields. Such terrifying intellect. If they managed to capture and dissect this specimen, they could finally cure the virus's instability. This was the ultimate, perfect, mutant beast. Jing had endlessly sought. He ordered his men to mobilize instantly. They had to secure this mutant beast alive, before the military police interfered. He armed them with heavy tranquilizers and potent sedatives, stressing that absolute non-lethal force was required. Jing distributed the weapons, ordering them to strike only the limbs. Darts rained down. He evaded brilliantly but took a direct hit. He bolted into the shadows as Jing commanded. A relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Tien received a second hummingbird transmission at home. Massive canine tracks were detected 700 meters southeast. Tien dashed to the coordinates. Inspecting the deep tracks, he found fresh bloodstains. The trail was fresh, undoubtedly belonging to He. Dread pooled in his gut. What horrific event left his friend so brutally wounded? Nearby, Jing's armed convoy ruthlessly hunted Ral the dog. Jing marveled that no mutated beast possessed such impossible speed. Its explosive muscle power and flawless movements filled him with awe, greedy admiration. He swore to claim this dog. At that moment, Tien's drone locked onto He. Tien ordered it to stream the feed. He watched vehicles cornering his ally. Zooming in, Jing's face came into focus. Why was this? Researcher hunt He? Did they want a live test subject? Fury ignited. Tien materialized an Albin core from his Ceph inventory. These scumbags would pay with their lives. The hunters opened fire, but He masterfully weaved through the lethal barrage. Seizing control, Jing ordered his flanking vehicles to execute a brutal pincer. Formation from both sides. They would force He into the abandoned factory. The drivers accelerated, swiftly, springing their trap. But He read their intent. Kicking off a massive tree trunk, he vaulted over a vehicle, sending it crashing down. A sniper fired a deadly shot. Suddenly, Tien erupted onto the battlefield, blazing with blinding white energy to block the bullet. Swallowing the Albin core triggered his frenzy state. He had exactly 26 seconds before his power collapsed. He stared in awe at his savior. Was it Titian? Jing watched in pure terror as the aura engulfed Titian. Tien knew he possessed only 26 seconds. He moved like lightning to obliterate the armed guards instantly. Jing stood paralyzed by Tien's overwhelming might. With a mere 5 seconds remaining, Tien launched a devastating strike, crushing Jing to the dirt. As the 26 seconds evaporated, Tien retreated, anticipating the core's brutal backlash. Jing tasted his blood, realizing this boy was an unparalleled threat. He raised his gun to eliminate Tien. The gunshot echoed, striking Tien just as He unleashed a fierce counterattack against Jing. When Tien regained consciousness, he found himself slung across He's moving back. Weakly, he asked, about his injuries. Activating his interface, he realized the system was dead. Then, a mysterious white aura began engulfing He, sealing him away. What was happening? The scene cut violently to a bloodied Jing receiving treatment. A medic trembled, reporting the catastrophic damage. The impact to Jing's head was devastating, shattering his pituitary gland and crushing his cranial vessels, alongside a horribly fatal laceration right across his neck. It was a total miracle that Jing still breathed. A subordinate bowed deeply to Ren, admitting they had done everything, yet Jing hovered near death. Ren silenced them with a lethal glare. Their sole duty as guards was to shield researcher Jing with their blood. Now the mastermind lay paralyzed, his dark destiny hanging. Meanwhile, another subordinate trembled, apologizing to Ren. He explained that Jing, obsessed with capturing the mutated beasts, had charged ahead with the vanguard. By the time backup arrived, the assault squad was already decimated. Only Decoy managed to survive. Ren coldly cut him off, refusing his pathetic excuses. She demanded to know if he had witnessed the massacre firsthand. He panicked, claiming the strike was a blinding white flash. Ren glared with deadly intent, warning him to forge a better lie before testing her patience. The subordinate bowed lower, desperately swearing he spoke the absolute truth. Ren coldly reminded him of his high salary, refusing to let him dodge his duties. The medic grimly reported Jing's crashing vitals. His heart rate was plummeting, and another fatal hematoma was expanding in his brain. Ren ordered them to use every method to save him. The medic trembled, stating it was futile. Jing was already a dead man. Ren demanded a massive adrenaline shot, forcing him awake to speak. His final words. Jing's heavy eyelids fluttered open, hoarsely calling for Decoy. Decoy stepped closer, and Jing demanded to be injected with the experimental virus. Dao firmly refused. With 0 successful human trials, a catastrophic failure meant Jing would mutate beyond recognition, denying him a peaceful burial. Jing spat back that perishing as a human or a monstrous beast made no difference. He refused to die defeated. Yielding to his will, they prepared 5 milliliters of the virus, along with heavy restraints and a lethal explosive collar. They somberly asked if he wanted to contact his family. Jing coldly declined. To him, blood relatives meant absolutely nothing. They were never his true home. With steely resolve, he ordered the procedure. The moment the dark virus entered his veins, a blood-curdling scream tore from Jing's throat. His body violently spasmed. Even the cold-hearted Ren was shaken by the horrifying agony. Dao stood in grim silence, praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, Tien watched in awe. Hei's mysterious white cocoon shattered into pieces. The beast had miraculously evolved, transforming into a majestic half-beast warrior. Stepping into the light, Tien searched for him. Suddenly, Hei gently tapped his master's shoulder. Back at base, Grandpa Nan urged little Han to sleep, assuring her Tien would return soon. Hei couldn't have strayed far, and Tien would definitely to retrieve him. He warned the biting winter frost might make her sick. Han stubbornly smiled, declaring her absolute immunity because she was bursting with vitality. She vowed to wait for Tien's safe return, asking Grandpa Nan to hold her small hands for warmth. Grasping her hands, Nan was stunned by her radiant body heat. He marveled at how the mystical farm food had completely reformed her constitution. Han proudly boasted she was an evolved superwoman. Chuckling, Nan pulled her onto his lap, promising to stay awake until Tien arrived. But as dawn broke, exhaustion claimed them both, leaving them asleep in the chair. Suddenly, Han's sharp ears twitched. She sprinted outside, screaming Tien's name. Did he find Hei? Her breath hitched as she saw the towering Hei carrying a battered Tien. Panicking, she asked what happened. Through the pain, Tien smirked, claiming he successfully brought Hei back. Nan rushed out, utterly stunned by this bizarre sight. Tien guided the humanoid beast into normal clothing. Han circled the towering figure in pure awe. Hei had evolved drastically. His fur was thick like armor, yet retained that iconic blue aura. Hei effortlessly hoisted Han onto his massive shoulders, amused by her endless mischief. Tien deduced the truth. Hei was a Czech wolf dog fused with human DNA. This genetic awakening unlocked a limitless path of evolutionary growth. Tien realized Hei's prior rampage wasn't madness. Ancient atavistic instincts had temporarily overwhelmed his mind, triggering that berserker state. Fearing he would hurt his family, the loyal beast had fled. This miraculous human gene integration must have awakened during his isolation. Seeing Tien's bleeding wound, Nan scrambled for the medkit. Without flinching, Tien demanded a sterilized blade to bring God. Brutally extract the lodged bullet. Trembling, Nan handed it over, terrified by the raw procedure. Digging into raw flesh risked massive infection. Unfazed, Tien ordered them to stand back. With nerves of steel, he gouged the bullet out. He then summoned an ancient gray, medicinal carrot from the void. Nan gasped at its magical manifestation. Swallowing the mystical root whole, a shocking phenomenon occurred. Nan watched, wondering if this was a divine elixir. Instantly, the gaping wound sealed shut, shattered bones knitted back together perfectly, leaving only a phantom ache. This sparked a revelation in Tien. He realized genetic cells in all living creatures constantly divide and regenerate. At a microscopic level, old cells perish to forge a stronger generation, preserving the flame of life. Usually, this sacred cycle of cellular replication remains flawlessly stable, perfectly mirroring its predecessors. But in this apocalyptic era, invisible forces shatter that biological harmony. Extreme environmental triggers forcefully override the genetic code. A radical new breed of cells devours the old bloodline, violently rewriting the host's existence. This explosive phenomenon is known to the world as genetic mutation. This biological gamble splits into two absolute paths. The first is a divine blessing. Beneficial evolution. Like Tien, Han, and He, the host body ascends. They awaken godlike enhancements and dominant combat traits, permanently upgrading their mortal forms. This was true evolution. But the second path was a curse. Corrupted deviation. Countless monstrous abominations roaming the wasteland proved this. They gained terrifying brute strength and monstrous limbs, but their twisted DNA held a fatal flaws. Even if by a miracle they regain their senses, their days are numbered. Such is the brutal reality of survival. The scene cuts to Jing awakening, questioning his survival. It was called a miracle, for no mortal had ever stayed conscious after taking the virus injection. Jing's survival at that exact moment meant the experiment could advance to the next phase, earning him high praise. Yet, Jing explained the grim truth. Even though he lived, the virus did not grant him perfect evolution. His mutation was still a failure. While he possessed greater strength and speed, his bodily structure was decaying for the worse. At best, he had 7 days to live if he failed to find a perfect mutant and extract its DNA. By the second day, he still stared death in the face. Tien braced himself, his ribs shifting into a bone armor on his back. Due arrived, reporting that a detective from the Southern Military Police Bureau had arrived. He questioned if it was truly wise to investigate the intruder and alert the military. Jing responded by listing his absolute mastery in boxing, Muay Thai, grappling, Sanshou, and other deadly arts. He possessed a 65-kilo golden dragon badge from the Federal Sano Association. His reflexes and physical prowess were over 2.8 times an ordinary adult. In other words, he was already among the absolute strongest mortals on Earth, and incredibly few warriors could defeat him head-on. However, his attacker could no longer be called human. The intruder's power source mirrored that of the perfect mutant wolf dog, proving he might also be a perfect mutant. Perhaps their perfect evolution stemmed from the exact same origin, explaining why he came to save the mutant wolf dog. That intruder's movements deeply reminded Jing of the man from before. Dawei asked if Jing suspected they were the very same entity, questioning if revealing their hard-earned research data was a wise move. Jing replied that he knew what he was doing. The virus had denied him perfect evolution, but if leaking this intel could safely lead him to the ultimate mutant, it was a gamble worth taking. After all, his hourglass was almost empty. He then went to meet Detective Yu, apologizing for the delay and hoping his monstrous form wouldn't terrify her. She calmly reassured him, asking if his army report would pique her deep interest. He excused himself and slowly unbuttoned his uniform shirt, exposing his grotesque physical mutations. He explained that surviving in this horrific state defied all logic. The Jagged bone spurs kept growing alongside his evolving body, and if they pierced his heart, his life would instantly end. Time was ticking away, and in return, he demanded her absolute support in hunting down that man immediately. She agreed, thrilled to form this alliance. The scene cuts to Tien resting on his farm, where he had just bought 19 divine-level power seeds. He checked the level 4 divine-level power seed category, like the Bai, cherry tomato. Its harsh cultivation rules demanded premium fertile soil and daily irrigation with pure water. The MO cycle spanned 18 days with an 18% survival rate. Its effects promoted genetic fission, supercharging positive genetic growth, blocking negative mutations, and accelerating total human evolution. Tien noted that the ultimate purpose of level 4 seeds was driving evolution, viewing this as the divine master key to a glorious era for humanity. He pondered if these advancements could elevate mortals to godhood. Would he be the god? Who forged the gods? He found the planting requirements brutally strict, realizing he must spend massive points to upgrade his land. Despite the cost, he made the purchase. He spent 95,000 points on 19 good land upgrade coupons, leaving him with 5,000, holding 680,000 points. Now 19 lands became good land. He admired the nutrient-rich black earth, capable of growing level 4 crops and boosting yields for lower-tier crops. Fully aware that the deadly second wave of the destruction season was rapidly approaching, he eyed the expensive growth agents. He bought 12 growth agents, fully aware of their limited effectiveness in boosting level 4 crop growth. He planned to deploy more agricultural droids to safely speed up planting. Yet he needed to hoard points for ordinary seeds to upgrade his farm. The small drones were tirelessly, farming, and Tien knew he must harvest as many mature crops as humanly possible before the deadly second wave of the fine destruction season struck. The scene cuts to the dark city, where two cloaked men in white coats infiltrate a building. The first man asks his comrade if a lowly servant like Immaculate Eagle could ever stand before the Holy Lord. The second man replies that he must report his dark visions directly to the Holy Lord, and the blast off to the Holy Lord. Holy Lord shall pass judgment. Even if they failed to gather enough believers this week, if this vital intelligence, it was true, they could still receive the Holy Lord's gifts. The first man praised this, thanking him. His family would survive another month. Only those who devoutly worship the Holy Lord could survive in this apocalyptic world. They walked on, reaching a hall where the first man told the Holy Lord that the pure sheep sent a letter. A new holy beast was found. Entering, they noticed two figures already present. One figure demanded the cloaked man elaborate on the news. He clapped his hands, declaring the news was good. This would make the Holy Lord far more powerful. The cloaked man offered congratulations, proclaiming that, fed by the new holy beast, the Holy Lord would soon complete his emergence. He humbly asked if he could inspect the new arrivals. The man beside him agreed, noting the Holy Lord had grown tired of consuming small desserts. They only needed to capture the sacred beast and sacrifice it to the Holy Lord right after his emergence. A hooded figure spoke from the shadows, demanding a prize. A follower bowed, replying he understood and praised the Lord's mercy. But the figure insisted again. He wanted to eat the wolf cubs. The scene shifts to Tien, watching the news. An anchor reported a tragic train accident on a mountain highway down in Tien, the southern suburbs. A private car plunged 100 meters down a mountain cliff, rolling over and exploding. Yang confirmed 3 passengers were inside, 2 adults and 1 child. Local firefighters rushed to the scene. The 2 adults were found dead. Yet, the child was found hanging from a tree branch near the tree crash site. Miraculously, she survived and was rushed to a local hospital for treatment. Tien chopped vegetables, feeling deep sorrow for the child. He muttered about the cruel unfairness for someone so young to lose both parents. Tien then checked the time. He thought about his own parents, who promised to return by 3 p.m. It was getting late. Why hadn't they returned yet? Anxious, he called them. But their phones were powered off. As he cooked, he kept redialing, but their phones remained totally dead. The scene shifts to his car, consumed by flames. Firefighters fought the raging inferno, awaiting backup trucks. They spotted the child, Han, hanging unconscious from a tree. They moved to rescue her, mindful of her tiny frame and a minor fracture. Handling her gently, they rushed her to the hospital. Arriving at the Pont of the Males ward, they wondered if Han had spoken yet. Being so young, her memories were likely a blur. She may, to be deeply traumatized. A nurse guessed about her family, while another mentioned checking the local records. They found Han was an orphan, adopted just 2 days ago. Another nurse gasped in surprise, realizing her adoptive parents were among the dead. It was a tragic fate. A seasoned colleague warned them to stop gossiping. She noted shady flaws in the adoption, hinting the sketchy orphanage had bypassed proper legal procedures. One nurse quietly asked if the police had contacted the victim's family. The second nurse nodded firmly. The relatives had been informed and would arrive very soon. Yuan arrived, demanding the morgue's location. The nurse asked if she came to claim the bodies. Yuan, accompanied by Tien, asked to be taken there. The nurse agreed, leading them to view the lifeless bodies. Yuan offered Tien her deepest condolences. He refused. These weren't his parents. There must have been a terrible mistake. Only his parents had gone out. Where did this child come from? Yuan apologized, understanding his shock. She suggested a DNA test for proof. Tien agreed, stating his parents must have simply vanished. Yuan asked him to wait outside until the results returned. As Tien waited, outside, little Han approached, apologizing. She felt crushing guilt. If she hadn't begged her aunt when the dean hit her new family wouldn't have taken her in. This was all her fault. Tien hugged her, swearing she was not to blame. Yuan returned with grim news. The parent and child DNA match was confirmed at 99%. She gave her condolences. Devastated, Tien hugged Han tightly. Suddenly, a woman rushed to Jing. The results were in. The intruder was identified as Tien, 26 years old, a top graduate of Jingnan Normal University. 2 years ago, his late parents had officially adopted a 4-year-old girl. Sadly, both parents died in a crash. Tien left Jingyan for the southern suburbs, inherited the family farm, and lived in quiet isolation since. Jing asked if that was all. The woman confirmed. Tien's background was painfully ordinary. Yet, the DNA test proved he was the one who stole the USB flash drive. How were they certain he attacked Jing? Jing noted. Tien seemed exceedingly ordinary. Yet, a normal man could never overpower him without a struggle that night. Tien had shown remarkable physical prowess. A mediocre man of over 20 years could never achieve this. If that man had hidden his strength for over 20 years, judging by his skills, he was quite inexperienced. That ruled out such possibilities. This left only a terrifying second explanation. Tien's physical limits had shattered dramatically. Only one thing could explain this sudden evolution: perfect mutations. This explained why he helped the perfectly mutated wolf dog. Their powers shared the exact same source. An organization creating 2 perfect mutants was simply too terrifying. The woman questioned if their initial theories strayed, suggesting the true power of perfect mutation stemmed from beyond science. Jing asked if she implied the enemy's perfect mutation wasn't caused by the V-shaped virus. Tien replied that the odds of a V-shaped virus triggering perfect mutations in creatures were 1 in 100 million. Worldwide, only about a dozen perfect mutants existed, including the Beastmaster. How was it possible to find 2 perfect mutations hidden in the southern suburbs? Such an extraordinarily high success rate completely defied all known probabilities. Jing explained that in their world, a second key existed for perfect mutations. The scene shifts to an office where a man sat in shadow. Yuan handed him the files, remarking that if a successful human evolution truly existed, their military would be interested and send forces to monitor both parties. Yan agreed with his assessment. The scene shifts to Tien in the field, purchasing 2 growth agents. After spreading them, he noticed the ripening time of the level 4 divine crops plummeted by 50%. With the time to maturity at 128 hours. Nan called Tien, worried about hay. Tien asked what was wrong. Nan explained that Hay had recently stayed on the roof, refusing to come down no matter how. Loudly, Nan yelled. Normally, Hay obediently descended when called, but today was different. He stood on the roof, looking around. Tien thought this eerie behavior mirrored the eve of the first destruction season, and speculated Hay's sense of danger amplified since his atavistic evolution. He decided to have the reported hummingbird guards search a kilometer radius around the farm. Tien pondered the sheer absurdity of receiving text messages now, questioning what telecommunications company could still operate amidst the sheer chaos of an apocalypse. Checking his phone, Tien froze in shock, letting a basket of fruits slip from his trembling hands. Nan and Han wondered what happened. Tien questioned if this was a tasteless prank, and who would play it. Han called out, but Tien swiftly leapt into his truck and sped away from the house. Meanwhile, Jing observed Tien leaving the farm. Dawei, monitoring the screens, commented that deploying a high-end spy plane like the UWZ stealth drone to watch a farm felt excessive. They continued monitoring the farm, and Jing instructed Da to focus on a specific area. Da asked what he saw. Jing explained they were miniature unmanned reconnaissance drones. He found it shocking that such micro-devices guarded a rundown farm. Jing also pointed out the farm's crops thriving in toxic soils, which Decoy acknowledged. Jing continued, noting that, globally, except soil-free plants, all others harbored the V-shaped virus. He emphasized the grave danger of accidental ingestion. Yet, not only were the farm's crops unaffected, they appeared meticulously nurtured. There was flighty, an unusual atmosphere here, making it difficult to ascertain if heavy weaponry was present. Jing, mindful of his past serious injury from Tien, proceeded cautiously to assess his strength. Da still viewed the location as just a farm, but Jing considered it a fortified military base. He meticulously mapped the farm's layout, planning to regroating back today, use microwave shock weapons to disable any threats. Believing Titian wasn't present, Jing anticipated the presence of a perfect mutant beast, raising chances of capturing it alive. He ordered the team to move out. Choppers roared over Tian's field, emitting 3 shockwaves to scan it. Satisfied, they opened the gate, and, a man confirmed despite the shockwaves, all electronic devices remained operational. He and his soldiers disembarked the choppers. Meanwhile, Tien arrived at a graveyard, finding his parents' grave empty. Shocked, he insisted it wasn't a joke, wondering who did this. Tien received messages from an unknown center claiming to hold his parents' ashes. The enemy challenged Tien to verify it. He had one day to decide. The ransom, Tien's hand, his foot, and the holy beast. Tien seriously wondered if this person was completely insane. His parents would be absolutely furious. If they ever found out he traded his own limbs for their mere ashes, they would definitely haunt his dreams. He questioned if the Holy Sword SST could actually be Hay. Meanwhile, Hay went for a casual stroll, drawing stares from the crowd. Tien coldly messaged the extortionist. He mocked their foolish attempt to control him with a box of worthless dust. He boldly declared that they could ruin the ashes, but he swore to make them kneel and beg his parents for mercy. Still, Tien suspected the true target was Hay. If they discovered the beast's power, they would surely eliminate him. He wondered if it was the woman from before, yet it seemed highly unlikely. A massive corporation like Tien wouldn't use such filthy tactics for revenge. Tien was left pondering the true identity and twisted motives of this shadow. Suddenly, a farm invasion warning blared. The enemy possessed high-precision, modern weaponry, with a threat level of 99. By nightfall, soldiers surrounded Tien's home. Thermal imaging detected movement inside the perimeter. A soldier signaled to hold position, but the heat signatures suddenly vanished without a trace. The squad was baffled. Meanwhile, Hay stood proudly on the roof, with Han resting on his shoulder. Burning with rage, Han declared these invaders were pure evil. She commanded the beast to strike and turn them all into compost. Suddenly, windows shattered. Dozens of explosives rained into the house, causing massive explosions. The commander ordered an immediate sweep. The soldiers swarmed the ruins, and after a search, they found absolutely nothing. Jing was among them. Sensing a deadly presence, he urgently begged them all to retreat. Suddenly, a blinding light beam struck them all. Somehow, Jing and 2 others managed to escape. Jing was terrified, questioning why the shock weapons failed. Looking outside, they realized the exterior guards had died. Jing panicked. What was in this ordinary farm? Why were there combat robots? And how? Did they have such advanced tech? Tien stepped out, declaring it was Jing all along. Jing was there to claim revenge on Tien. Tien praised his effort, noting the massive time Jing wasted investigating. It was a lot of work. Jing said tracking Tien was easy, but tonight's deadly ambush completely exceeded his expectations. The truth was out. Words were useless now. His life was fading anyway, and failing this mission guaranteed his death. Bleeding out here was no different than dying in a hospital bed. Tiny relied on his abilities, and the Bvi, Victor would claim it all. Nan ordered Tien to kill them, cursing the rotten company they served. Tien replied that before killing Jing, he wanted a confession. He coldly asked for the ashes of Jing's parents. Jing asked what Tien meant. Both stood confused. Tien asked if Jing had stolen the ashes. Jing asked if he was kidding. The scene shifted to Shang, who exploded in fury, smashing his phone. He cursed Tien as an unfilial bastard. How could he ignore their mother's ashes? Shang screamed he would gladly sacrifice his whole body for their mother. Kicking the phone, he raged that Tien didn't offer the sacred beast. Consequently, all the snacks their mother wanted were gone. The men begged Shang to calm down, quickly bringing new goods to offer. Shang's mother. Shang snapped, calling himself useless. His mother was sick of eating those dirty things. The two men agreed. Shang yelled that his mother craved wolf cubs, but his men were pathetic losers in positions of power, unable to catch one sacred beast. A man stammered an excuse, but Shen roared that he refused to hear excuses. Just as his mother called, Shen calmed down, saying he missed her. A deathly pale figure emerged, crawling from the well, calling Shen her good boy. Shang teared up as she approached. He desperately hugged her, sobbing that it was his fault. He failed to get the wolf cubs. He begged her not to get mad or abandon him, and pleaded her not to hit him. He swore to be a perfect son and bring the beasts to her. Soon, she was going to be happy when she ate them and stop being angry. Horrifyingly, his mother was actually a grotesque black monster. I wanted to eat them. Tien glared at Jing, asking if he stole his parents' ashes. Jing was stunned to hear that. Tien thought Jing was innocent, but it was strange. He had clearly bitten straight through Jing's neck earlier, yet he was still standing. Tien used his power to scan Jing's stats. Shockingly, he only had 118 hours of survival left. The evaluation flashed signs of evil. Jing had used the dark power of evil evolution to save his own life. Failing to trigger his brother's dark mutant gene fusion within 118 hours meant being dragged to hell by the very power saving him. Tien deduced the plant's twisted radioactive energy must have directly caused this evolutionary collapse. Yet, thanks to Hei's flawless mutant genes and their fusion, Jing's fragile life was briefly spared. Tien finally realized Jing's true goal, claiming Hei's perfect genes. Tien declared that even if Jing hadn't stolen the ashes, his schemes offered zero benefit. Jing wasn't leaving alive. Instantly, the combat robots locked onto fire. Jing pleaded to wait. He reasoned since the parents' ashes meant everything to Tien, perhaps Jing could personally retrieve them. He stressed they shared no absolute blood feud, actively proposing a survival pact forged strictly on evolutionary genetics. Hearing this bold offer, Tien signaled his mechanical guards to halt. Jing proposed a resource exchange. Tien coldly demanded if Jing could actually locate the ashes. Jing boasted of his massive network, elite resources, and tech. If Tien sought a specific ghost within the mode, Southern Territory, Jing's backing would be infinitely faster than a solo hunt. Tien coldly countered that if Jing craved those evolutionary genetics, that singular chip held massive power. Even without Jing's aid, Tien knew he'd eventually hunt the target down. However, Tien noticed Jing heavily pushing his shadowy ties, with Nectar over Tianrun. He sharply interrogated Jing regarding Tianrun. Jing swiftly clarified he wasn't a pawn of Tianrun. He operated strictly solo, bowing to no faction's greed. He harbored zero hostility toward Tien. Regarding Liang's execution, the villa raid, or Ren's assault, those conflicts meant nothing. As long as Jing could secure his prize, that was enough. Essentially, Tien would become a stepping stone. Tien smirked, noting the idea. Sounded intriguing, though Nan clearly despised it. Jing stepped closer, offering Tien the facility access, while Jing took the evolutionary genetics to cheat death. A perfect win-win. He confidently extended his hand to seal it, but Tien ignored the gesture. Slicing past Jing, Tien coldly ordered the enemy squad to squat in the far corner with hands locked on their heads. He told Jing to follow. Deep inside, they met Hei. Han activated her visual prowess and spotted a green aura surrounding Jing. She signaled Tien, it was clear. Tien calmly told Jing not to panic, revealing the exact genetic prize Jing hungered for. Stunned, Jing gasped, asking if this was the perfect mutant and how such a miracle existed. Tien coldly theorized that Hei forcefully fused with a human gene during his flawless mutation phase. That mysterious human donor? Jing himself. Given Jing's elite genetic fitness, his DNA should halt that dark evolution. Pure joy washed over Jing's face upon seeing this flawless specimen. He noted even elite mutant beast kings on the southern border, who forcefully absorbed human DNA, devolved into mindless monsters, driven solely by savage hunger. Yet, this creature possessed true self-awareness and perfectly obeyed human commands. Jing realized that decoding its ultimate genetic secrets for mass production would pave the path to absolute supremacy. Tien sharply interrupted, declaring the pact sealed. Now, Jing had to uphold his end of the bargain. He flashed a mysterious number, demanding full tracking capabilities. He needed every call record and the precise signal, locations from the last 10 days. Tien tested his new pawn's worth, clearly radiating deep satisfaction. With his chosen tools, Jing grimaced, stating it was no simple task. He required a blood sample, having less than 5 days to crack the genetic key. Tien shot back that Jing possessed zero leverage to dictate any terms. Therefore, Jing had to exhaust every resource to pinpoint the target instantly. Defeated, Jing agreed. Later, a helicopter descended on Tien's estate. A shadowy figure emerged, marching toward Jing. He furiously demanded why Jing hadn't. He visited his base instead of summoning him here. He utterly despised the outdoors. Jing showed the chat, making the man ask if that petty message was the only reason he was called. Jing coldly warned him to drop the arrogance and check that number's signal. Moreover, Jing ordered him to repair Tien's circuits, acting as an apology for deploying those shock weapons. Observing silently, Tien acknowledged his elite aura. Lan deployed his tactical system, noting he wasn't a boss, just a tired old hacker. Tien asked if Lan was reliable. Jing proudly declared Lan was the absolute best with tech. As Lan began hacking, Tien interrogated Jing. How did he mutate and transform into such a terrifying, inhuman phantom? It felt akin to entering the era of gods. Jing chuckled, stating it was natural since Tien had accessed the encrypted USB drive. He conceded Tien's supremacy in that aspect of human advancement. Exactly 10 days after the apocalypse, Jing's squad extracted the virus from a radioactive planet. This lethal strain birthed all mutations in subjects who consumed it. Through his dark experiments, Jing discovered that the V-shaped virus caused rapid cellular division. This massively increased the risk of vile mutations, ultimately spawning horrifyingly deformed, short-lived beasts driven solely by hunger. Jing believed he could unlock new inspiration from Hayes's genes. For his twisted research, Tien narrowed his eyes. So, these conclusions stem from relentless human experimentation? Jing replied with a chilling smile, denying any cruelty. He pointed out that countless breakthroughs in human biology were born from cold-blooded trials. Furthermore, before he even joined Tianrun, they had already conducted brutal tests under Liang's orders. Rather than clinging to a miserable, half-dead existence, it was better to let these test subjects fulfill their true purpose. Jing added that he wouldn't even mind becoming a lab rat himself before death. Even as a failure, his body held valuable data. Tien scoffed. You're truly insane. Jing simply laughed. He declared that scientific evolution was always achieved by stepping over the crusaded bones of the weak. In this apocalyptic wasteland, that brutal truth would never change. Lan received the files and instantly sent them to Tien. Receiving the data, Tien frowned, reminding Lan that he hadn't given his email address yet. Lan groaned in frustration, asking how long they had been living together. With just a photo, Lan hacked into all of Tien's data in mere minutes. The hacker added that he overheard them doubting his abilities. He warned that another insult to his skills would result in a live broadcast of them taking a potable dive bath. Tien stood bewildered by the absurd threat. Jing smirked, noting that despite Lan's big mouth, he firmly adhered to professional ethics. However, Jing warned Lan that further gossip would slash his payment. Instantly panicked, the hacker promised to stay silent. The scene shifted to a haunting castle. 2 guards in white coats stood watch, their weapons fully loaded. One guard yawned, swatting at a mosquito, but it was actually a mechanical hummingbird drone sent by different Tien. The guard muttered about giant moths in this freezing weather. Qin warned him to stay alert. He noted that the hummingbird wasn't venomous, but given the massive swarm of mutated beasts nowadays, he suspected this tiny bird was another freaky mutation. Suddenly, Tien's robotic spy darted forward, striking the first guard squarely on the bird of guard head. The second guard froze in sheer shock. Before he could react, Tien fired, rendering both men unconscious with clean forehead shots. The lethal sniper then positioned himself on the dark rooftop. As the one responsible for silencing them, Tien peered inside from above. He observed a cult-like gathering, with everyone wearing identical robes. One fanatic stepped forward, praising their holy lord. He declared this true god, creator of the cosmos, deserved eternal thanks for granting them boundless willpower and love. The cultists believed she had gifted them the fruit of hope, promising reincarnation into immortal bodies. The leader roared, commencing the twisted reincarnation ceremony in the name of their goddess, Siret. Opening a sacred, mysterious box, the crazed fanatic commanded 2 kneeling disciples to consume its contents. He explained that they must water the fruit with sacrificial nectar. This would fuel its growth and rapidly accelerate their glorious reincarnation process. They violently unveiled the corpse of a dead woman, and the 2 men began devouring her. Disgust boiled in Tien. He instantly sniped one dead. The others erupted into pure panic, fleeing in absolute bewilderment. Sheng roared, demanding who dared disrupt the ritual. Spotting Tien aiming his lethal rifle from the rooftop, Sheng demanded his identity and purpose for interfering. Mockingly, Tien proclaimed himself their new lord, commanding his lethal hummingbird spies to slaughter them all. A loyalist screamed to protect the holy lord, but the terrified crowd ignored him, desperate to survive the bloody massacre. As the temple guardians fell one by one, the grim reality set in. In pure desperation, someone begged the holy lord to flee. Tien descended gracefully. He scoffed, disgusted that these weren't mere thieves, but utterly despicable. Scum, worse than beasts. Sheng nervously asked if he was Tien. The sniper confirmed, demanding Sheng fetch his parents. Ashes for a painless death. Suddenly, a dark entity slithered from a corpse's mouth. Smirking, Sheng warned Tien that killing him meant losing those ashes forever. Unfazed, Tien warned against provocation. Meanwhile, the sinister dark entity morphed into a felonice, terrifyingly humanoid form. Panicking, Sheng suggested they distract the monster with nonsense until they could safely escape. But slowly, the creature mutated into a roaring beast. More winged horrors spawned from the shadows. Drawing his gun, Tien called the abominations vile and repulsive. However, his bullets bounced harmlessly off their iron-hard scales. As the savage demons lunged to attack, he swiftly dodged. In a flash, he opened his system warehouse, desperately searching for lethal artillery. He considered summoning a destructive bazooka, but reality struck hard. He lacked the required system points, having squandered them all on farming seeds. Just the day before, Tien summoned his hummingbird warriors. He watched them strike the beasts, only to realize their firepower couldn't pierce the creature's thick armor. He had anticipated facing common thugs, men exploiting this apocalypse for pure evil. But encountering such bizarre, monstrous mutations, this was unexpected. He resolved to deploy his heavy combat warriors. Tien ducked into cover as Shen's mocking voice echoed, questioning his sanity. Tien's situation was dire. His albino corn was completely depleted, and ordinary weapons proved utterly useless against these beasts. Contemplating a desperate strike at their eyes, Tien watched the monsters close. Tien. They lunged. Tien narrowly dodged their lightning-fast strikes, stunned by their terrifying speed. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, throwing him off balance. The scene shifts to Y's office. As the wand himself, telephone rang, she answered, identifying herself as an officer of the Southern Military Police Station. On the other end, an old man sighed with relief. He frantically reported an explosion near his home, followed by chilling shrieks, mutant beasts wreaking absolute havoc. He pleaded for Yuan's immediate rescue, trapped with terrified children. Yuan accepted the mission, demanding the blast's exact coordinates. Immediately, she ordered the police force to mobilize a cleanup squad. She warned them to prepare for potential Level 2 or Level 3 mutant beasts prowling the city's edge. One officer rushed to relay the command, while another eagerly asked if such high-level beasts truly lurked nearby. He grinned, thrilled by the prospect of capturing one alive to claim their leader's massive bounty. W sharply cautioned that Level 3 beasts were deadly, emphasizing they were vastly superior to ordinary Level 1 monsters. Meanwhile, a brutal strike smashed Tien against the wall. The beasts closed in. Even after shooting their eyes to slow their advance, his ribs were shattered. Desperate, he consumed an ancient medicinal-grade tomato to rapidly heal. Sheng sneered, mocking that Tien was on death's door yet still dared to resist. He scoffed, noting Tien hadn't even fought back when heavily injured, destined to become mere monster feed. The creatures leaped. A devastating blow knocked Tien completely through the wall. Sheng wondered if Tien was finally dead, dismissing the beasts as ravenous pigs. He recalled Tien's warning. Unaware of Shang's caution, Tien realized the attack had nearly crushed him. He was severely injured. Suddenly, faint cries for help echoed. He turned toward the sound, discovering countless women locked in heavy chains. They begged desperately for salvation, weeping in pure terror of the monsters, just wanting to go home. Tien realized the sacrificed girl was merely treated as cargo. Just how many innocents had Sheng slaughtered? The monstrous footsteps drew closer. Time was running out. The prisoners shrieked as the beasts closed the distance. Tien's eyes hardened. He wouldn't let these monsters take another step. Glancing around, he spotted a massive warehouse. They weren't just hoarding human captives. Mountains of food, gleaming gold bars, priceless jewelry, and rare antiques filled the room. This hidden stash of treasure was staggering. Then, his gaze locked onto a sword gripped by an ancient statue. He scaled the monument and seized the hilt. To his shock, it was an authentic Tang Dao sword. Forged with legendary advanced techniques, the blade was virtually indestructible and terrifyingly sharp. It truly represented the absolute pinnacle of sword, mastery, an instrument of pure death. Gripping the supreme weapon, Tien heard the women's agonizing screams. The definitely master, monsters were right on top of them. He needed to test this blade. Could it slice through their impenetrable armor? He charged forward, unleashing a vicious slash. Blood sprayed, but the strike was too shallow. With his current strength, a one-hit kill was impossible. The attack only enraged the beasts. He had to change the battlefield immediately. As the monsters swarmed the room, Tien lured them away. They burst into an open arena, and the beasts charged. With murderous intent, he swung his blade, but a massive tail whipped through the air, violently slamming Tien against the concrete. Breaking free, Tien realized surface attacks were utterly useless against their armor. Dragging out this fight was suicide. He had to target their vital weak points. A monster lunged. In a split second, Tien calculated its vulnerability. He drove the blade straight into its skull, instantly executing the beast. Turning, Tien faced his next monstrous opponent. Elsewhere, Sheng admired his precious hoard, eagerly imagining his men tearing Tien into unrecognizable pieces. Suddenly, Tien kicked the doors open, aiming his bloodied sword at Shen. Shen gasped, utterly stunned. How was this possible? Those worker ants possessed bulletproof outer shells. He simply couldn't fathom their defeat. Trembling, Shun warned that if Tien provoked his superiors, his doom was guaranteed. Tien replied that slaying monsters meant he feared no superiors. Shouting for Sheng to burn, he readied his blade to execute Sheng. Suddenly, a voice commanded him to halt. Yan rushed in, her gun aimed, ordering him to drop his weapon. Sheng played the victim. He begged for mercy, screaming that Tien was a murderer, urging the officers to open fire. Tien stood his ground, demanding they aim at Sheng instead. Yuan questioned his motives, and Tien simply told her to look around. She froze. Terrified women sat bound in chains. An officer then informed Yuan that some matched photos of recently missing girls. There was no mistake. Shock washed over Yuan's face as the dark truth set in. Spotting the stockpiled supplies, she questioned the madness here. Another officer warned of a massive crime scene. A brutalized woman's corpse lay in the main hall. Several cultists had been gunned down, and 2 mutated beast carcasses rotted in the side hall. Yuan ordered absolute silence, assuring the panicked crowd that the situation was secured. She commanded her team to contact headquarters, dispatch medics, and request immediate backup from all available units. Sheng was swiftly handcuffed. Yet, as the police dragged him away, he darkly mocked Tien's helplessness. Rage flared in Tien's eyes, but he sheathed his blade. Yan suddenly recognized him, asking if they had met. Confused, he questioned her identity. She brought up the tragic incident 3 years ago, when they both identified the dead. Realization struck. He remembered the female officer by his side, praising her. Sharp memory. He noted she must have realized his true intentions upon intervening. She admitted that, while his fury was justified, he could not act recklessly. Introducing herself, she revealed that his DNA from that crash 3 years ago led them straight to him. She urged him to remain calm and hear her out, stating that Sheng's judgment was far from over, though the law would not execute him. Acknowledging Tien's terrifying power, she admitted her squad could not stop him from ending Sheng's life right here and now. However, she firmly reminded him that the Yanhang Federation answered only to the military police and the ruling parliament. She stressed that rogue justice had no place here, begging him to place his absolute faith in the authorities. They would never let a sinner walk free. It was their duty. She pleaded for his cooperation in the investigation. Reluctantly, he agreed, and she deeply thanked him. Moments later, the deafening sirens of more cruisers and desperate families filled the air. The rescued victims finally emerged, wrapped in white blankets. The wounded were rushed away, while the unhurt collapsed into the arms of their weeping families. Amidst this heartbreaking reunion, Yuan escorted Tien out. A subordinate quietly asked how to report the body count. Her voice was cold. She ordered him to write that the suspects resisted fiercely, forcing officers to fight back, causing heavy casualties among the cultists. The officer nodded. Yuan then signaled for Tien to follow. As he walked past, a lifeless hand slipped out from a passing body bag. Suddenly, a rescued girl and her thankful mother rushed over, tearfully praising him as their savior. She confessed that without his chaotic battle drawing the presswa, the military's gaze, they would have been sold as playthings to the elites, only to be slaughtered in rituals. She bowed in pure gratitude. Tien's gaze darkened at the word playthings. Yuan asked if she held deeper intel. She revealed her past in a supposed self-help group. It was all a twisted lie hiding behind the fake mask of mutual aid. They lured members with promises of cheap food. But the dark truth soon surfaced. Once she uncovered their sinister plot, she attempted to flee. They hunted her down and caged her. Yet right before her capture, she glimpsed the stand, Ledger's location. Yan urgently demanded every detail. Meanwhile, lurking in the distance, 2 mysterious figures observed the chaos. One ominously whispered that the Holy Lord controls all, before ordering the driver to vanish. Following the aftermath, Tien was confined to a holding room. Believing the ordeal was over, he requested to go home and handle his affairs. Just outside the window, Yuan and a senior officer secretly observed his every move. Yuan voiced her sharp disagreement with his detainment. The veteran officer coldly replied that merit could never simply erase the stain of a crime. No matter how many innocent lives Tien had saved today, he was still a civilian who broke the law. He possessed no right to play judge, jury, or executioner with his own hands. Yuan agreed, noting his vigilantism. Yet, she pointed out this logic only held weight if the authorities had actually found the victims first, and if their superiors had officially sanctioned his arrest. The officer sighed, stating they still awaited the city council's verdict. But deep down, he knew the higher-ups. Tolerate a lethal man like Tien. Yuan warned that this world had changed, and the military and the police were severely understaffed. She added that the future of law enforcement was entirely unpredictable. Without waiting for higher orders, he was rushing to convict Tien. To put it bluntly, she exposed his panic over his own dereliction of duty. Thus, she planned to submit Tien's evidence of rule violations directly to the leader's desk. Once they received official orders, she emphasized that this would make his duty far easier. She questioned if such leniency could ever deliver true justice to the slaughtered and trafficked girls. Hearing this, Chen flared with rage and ordered Yuan to shut her mouth. He loudly declared her background meant nothing. As the sheriff, he ordered his subordinate to firmly detain the suspect under heavy guard. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, questioning Chen's actions. Chen froze in utter shock, because his absolute superior stood before him. Trembling respectfully, Chen asked why he had come. The arrival was Chief Inspector Zhen of the Handing Province Military Police, accompanied by Senior Police Officer Yang. Zhen coldly remarked to Yang that Chen seemed promising, even if he was entirely useless at catching criminals and only good at making enemies. Sweating, Chen claimed he followed higher orders. Zhen sharply inquired if Yang or Dong issued them. He then ordered Chen to stand down and recite the police rules 20 times. Turning to Yuan, Zhen stated the bureau had already briefed him by phone, and he ordered her to lead him to Tien. She nodded, revealing Tien was in cubicle 03, and guided him forward. As they approached Tien in the silent shadows, Zhen verified his identity. Tien stood tall, confirming his name. Zhen calmly introduced himself as the provincial department's chief inspector, Zhen. Tien silently questioned this sudden arrival, while Zhen, taking a seat, declared that if a senior official like himself personally interrogated Tien, it simply meant escaping this fate would be impossible. Zhen chuckled darkly, telling Tien to suppress his nerves, explaining he brought a classified file for Tien. He knew Tien would desperately seek answers about the sudden changes in those two mutated beasts. Displaying the ominous file, he claimed this intel was exclusively for Tien's eyes. He handed the documents to Tien, who questioned this choice. Zhen replied it was meant for warriors like Tien, those who truly understood such dark matters. The files detailed a terrifying mutated beast, discovered in the Kangma Mountains by patrol 5 days earlier. When forces surrounded the creature, it was devouring humans. Horrifyingly, human faces grew upon its back, proving it was rapidly gaining intelligence and even outmaneuvering elite troops. Zhen asked if Tien grasped the chilling implications. Studying the grim photos, Tien realized the monster's actions were unnervingly human. He asked if their core genetic barriers had shattered. Zhen nodded grimly, revealing they had evolved beyond merely fusing beast genes for pure physical power. These nightmares had successfully absorbed human DNA to forcibly enhance their intelligence, birthing a deadly new species dubbed Beast Kings. At least 5 of these supreme mutated beasts had infiltrated Yanhuang, and that number would soon multiply. When Tien questioned why Zhen exposed these dark secrets, Zhen pointed to a nearby jar holding 3 crimson objects. Tien instantly grasped their terrifying significance. Zhen confirmed these were the unhatched eggs, stopped only because Tien slaughtered the 2 cultist believers who transported them. Laboratory tests proved they harbored combined genetic codes from insects, wild beasts, and a massive trace of human DNA. Tien demanded the truth. Zhen replied that deep within the southern region, there was a massive probability a Beast King was hiding and breeding an army. Tien paused in sheer disbelief. With the apocalyptic power of a Beast King, how could it remain hidden within the city? Zhen stated this directly brought them to their next mystery, the ledger. Tien sharply asked if they found it. Zhen explained that although a Beast King possessed high intelligence, it remained entirely incapable of reaching a normal human's evolutionary level. It was completely impossible for the beasts to build a dark organization days after mutating. Tien's eyes widened, asking if Zhen implied human traitors were actively siding with these mutant beasts, and why. Zhen coldly replied that their motives remained unknown. Tien asked why Zhen shared this classified truth. Zhen wanted to give Tien a clear picture of the looming apocalypse, hoping he could make a sharper judgment of this deadly war. Tien demanded immediate clarification. Jen finally answered. That due to Tien's brutal and violent attacks, which left many dead and caused extremely severe, far-reaching consequences across society, the highest military and police forces were strictly ordered to arrest him for immediate execution. An arrest warrant for Tien had just been issued. Yuan tried to speak, but Jen stopped her. Tien smashed his fist onto the table, mocking their claims about the severe consequences and social damage caused by killing mere gang members. Their fragile laws only made him laugh. Jen urged calmness. He needed to listen. The world was changing. Jen offered a brutal truth. In the coming days, city forces wouldn't be able to protect every civilian. But until this fragile society finally collapsed, they remained the ultimate authority. With mutant beasts evolving at such a terrifying speed, the military and city police were actively merging. This fusion meant the military police would conquer the cities. Unlike regular cops, they showed zero mercy to lawbreakers. They were cold-blooded war machines. Right now, Jen could completely erase Tien's criminal record, but that power would vanish once the military police took control. Tien demanded a straight answer. Jen's offer was simple: join their ranks. They promised him elite status, ensuring that, even under military rule, he would hold supreme authority. Tien questioned if Jen truly expected with him to become a military dog. Jen stressed that this official title was a vital shield. It would guarantee absolute protection for his family. Tien needed time to decide. Yuan then suggested returning his sword. They demanded a final answer by the day after tomorrow. Yuan made it clear: sign the form, or she would personally lead an enforcement strike team to hunt him down. Tien scoffed at her freezing tone. She shoved the sword and letter into his hands, declaring flattery was useless. Joining them would solve everything. Tien promised a firm response before their deadline. Suddenly, Tien noticed escorted men walking past. He asked Yuan if they were the black market buyers from the ledger. Their faces struck a familiar chord. Could they be Southern City Council members? One man locked eyes with Tien, confirming the inspector's grim truth. These weren't mere elites. They were powerful parliament figures. Tien was stunned by their corruption. Were they just greedy merchants? Or had they fully betrayed humanity? Returning home, Tien inspected the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomato. He asked Han if she would support him as a military cop. She nodded. He warned her that his new duties would steal him away, leaving her lonely at night. She softly replied that he shouldn't sacrifice his destiny for her sake. 3 years ago, he abandoned everything to run this humble farm. She felt like a heavy burden. He quickly silenced her doubts. It was his own chosen path. He gently patted her head. She vowed to outgrow his shadow and become strong. No matter what fate he chose, she would firmly stand by him. With Hay and Grandpa Nan by her side, fear was powerless. Tien smiled at her profound growth. He officially entrusted her with applying the growth potion to the divine gain crops. He teased her to focus instead of watching cartoons. Meanwhile, deep within a cold prison, a shadow approached Shen's cell. Shen grinned wickedly. The stranger slipped a tiny seed inside. Shen swallowed it without hesitation. Back at Tian's place, Hei's blood was drawn and handed to Lan. Tien had honored his promise. Lan questioned if this was truly a perfect mutant beast. It lacked the monstrous limbs and raging signs of a beast king. Tien revealed the truth. Perfect mutation had countless branches. The current beast kings might be walking a flawed path. True evolution meant raw strength, physical mastery, or terrifying intellect. The journey of mutation was endless. Two beasts would never evolve exactly the same way. Lan grasped Tian's wisdom, realizing his own ignorance. Every organism carried a unique genetic code. The same perfect gene could trigger vastly different awakenings. Tien then asked about Jing's fate. Lan sighed. Since Tien crushed the cult, Jing had been locked away. Without this blood sample, his boss would already be buried in an early grave. Elsewhere, surgeons studied Jing's broken body. To their horror, the bone spurs regenerated in under 30 minutes. The monstrous growth was accelerating, making surgery impossible. Lan arrived with the blood sample. Jing sat up, remarking it was perfect timing. He ordered immediate analysis, noting he only had 24 hours left. Upon reviewing the results, a surgeon reported an altered arrangement in the 20th chromosome pair. The blood cell analysis revealed that the density of its skeleton was 10 times greater than ordinary dogs. It held 79 chromosomes, one more than average. Jing realized Tien had cracked the genetic code. The surgeon explained that this extra chromosome would greatly boost its size, strength, speed, and bone density. Another surgeon stated that this extra chromosome could almost be called divine. These were the genes of a flawless mutant, unlike those unstable failures found in their monsters born from the V-shaped virus. The first surgeon noted that despite the low success rate, they would attempt to replicate it. Jing ordered them to prepare the replication process. Meanwhile, Tien closely checked on his level 4 divine gain cherry tomato, now entering its ripening stage. Soon, Tien could fully observe its effects. While examining it, he pondered the immense potential of a divine gain fruit at full maturity. Tien realized that consuming a level 4 fruit would trigger an evolution, awakening the deep genetic memory of the deep aloe bloodline. It would enhance his body's base stats and unlock ancient racial talents. There was an ages 80% activation rate for this. He reviewed the potential evolutionary branches: intelligent brain type, let the body warp electromagnetic fields, granting powers like hypnotism and mind reading, and machine control, with a 4% activation rate. The divine type allowed the human body to manifest traits like immortality, wings, and extreme speed, also with a 4% activation rate. The ancient, divine type granted absolute mastery over weather, water, fire, and matter, boasting an activation rate of 0.4%. Tien marveled at the paths and weighed the gravity of these powers. Both the intelligent brain type and the divine type were incredibly tempting, yet the odds for standard atavistic evolution were too high. Awakening the most useless form of the atavistic type would be a massive loss. He consulted the system for guidance, wondering if he could reset his evolution after eating a level 4 fruit. He soon learned that the host could simply continue consuming level 4 fruits. If new evolution paths awakened later, the host could freely choose to keep one evolution type. In short, with enough divine gain fruits, he could eventually force an evolution into the ancient divine type. Elsewhere, Jen asked Yan if Tien had accepted. She confirmed that Tien had promised to send the application form tomorrow. Pleased by the news, Jen declared that his trip to the southern side was a success. Yan asked if he was departing. He admitted his superiors had urged him to return, so he planned to leave after closing the cult case. He had only visited the southern side because the Ministry of National Security had specially appointed him to recruit exceptional talents. UN noted they had detained Congressman Lee and Guo for over 10 hours, yet the political department hadn't made a single move. Her instincts warned of danger. Jen asked if there was any movement from Wang's a faction. She nodded, urging Jen to stay in the southern side a few more days out of unease. Next morning, Tien left his compound to submit the application form. Stepping outside, a chilling sight stopped him. A corpse hung from a nearby tree. At first, he didn't recognize her, but stepping closer, horror struck him. It was the girl who exposed Shank's plans when Tien rescued them. Reeling from shock, Tien sprinted over. A lawyer for Congressman Lee and Guo met with Jen, claiming the Southern Side Council had specially commissioned him to handle the detention case of Congressman Lee and Guo by the military police department. Just then, Jen's phone rang. The lawyer urged him to answer. Jen took the call, his expression freezing as he listened. At the hospital, the dead girl's mother wept bitterly, devastated, and questioning how this tragedy occurred. Tien sat beside her in quiet sorrow. Elsewhere, the lawyer told Lee and Guo that they must have suffered. As the crying mother glanced at Lee and Guo, the lawyer confidently promised to handle their case to relieve any pressure. Smiling calmly, Lee asked what kind of pressure they could possibly feel. The grieving mother approached Lee, calling out his name. He turned, asking who she was. She cried that her daughter had spoken of his business before dying, directly implicating him in the preface. She lunged at him, screaming that he murdered her father, but Lee ruthlessly kicked her to the ground. He warned her to stay back. Yuan rushed over to help the fallen woman. She glared at Lee, warning him to watch his step. They were inside a military police station. How dared he use violence here? Suddenly, the lawyer stepped in. He mockingly praised Yuan's character, claiming the grieving woman was the real attacker. Lee and Guo were simply defending themselves. Li sneered at her lack of manners. The smug lawyer ordered the woman to watch her mouth. Congressman Li and Guo were already out on bail. They were no longer prisoners. Yuan froze in absolute shock. The lawyer mockingly told the woman to calm down. He pointed out her unprovoked attack on a congressman. She could be held legally accountable, Yuan protested. It was impossible. How could these monsters be released? The lawyer coldly issued a strict warning to Yuan. She had just tried to arrest a member of parliament. He rattled off the requirements: physical evidence, documents, victim statements, and criminal reports. He demanded defendant statements, expert opinions, formal examinations, official inspections, proper identifications, and complete laboratory records. He wasn't finished. He demanded audiovisual materials and electronic data. He made it perfectly clear, nothing less than this. The mountain of evidence would convict a congressman. Tien listened in total silence. Yuan furiously insisted they had caught the ringleader. Their testimony was only a matter of time. The lawyer simply smirked. The maximum detention period of 24 hours was up. He was taking his clients away. Turning his back with utter disgust, he told her she was trying too hard. He coldly advised her to learn the difference between filthy criminals and upstanding, law-abiding citizens. They had to prevent further mistakes. He cited their busy schedule, making it clear they had no time for her pathetic investigation. Furthermore, he completely destroyed her star witness's credibility. That witness had already seen a doctor. A psychiatric certificate had been officially issued. Their testimony was entirely invalid. She warned him this wasn't over. She would be watching. The lawyer countered that this was a direct order from the Ministry of National Security. If she doubted him, she could go ask her own superior officer. He smugly concluded that he had followed every formal procedure to legally retrieve Li and Guo, and as promised, that witness would be transferred to the Southern Side 4th Hospital. Yuan stood completely paralyzed by the news. Suddenly, the lawyer caught Tien's gaze. A terrifying chill ran down his spine. The three men got into their car and sped away. The grieving woman broke down in tears. Her daughter had been right all along. Those men were untouchable. If the military police couldn't punish them, who in the world ever could? Tien spotted a crumpled piece of paper. It was his own application form. He ripped it apart and headed for his farm. There, the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomatoes were perfectly ripe. They needed to be harvested right away. He gathered them all, yielding exactly 2.5 kilos. Upon eating a few, the 47th evolutionary chromosome activated within his body. A successful evolution was complete. This was a rare atavistic evolution type. It enhanced his heart ability, boosted his void awakening skills, and doubled his basic attributes. Meanwhile, in the lawyer's car, he assured Li and Guo that the situation was fully contained. Since only a handful of people knew the truth, a proper cover-up would minimize any real damage. He strongly advised them both to lay low and calm the storm. Li took a drag from his cigarette. He coldly suggested buying off the lower class with basic supplies and condolence money. But Guo firmly disagreed. He pointed out that public opinion on the internet was still a threat. Photos of them shaking hands with the victims' grieving relatives and handing out cash were already circulating. He wanted reporters to spin favorable stories about their generosity. A staged press conference would crush any rumors. It would easily manipulate the naive masses and clear their names. Li bitterly grumbled. Pretending to care about those fools was so annoying. Guo urged patience. This was a highly crucial period for their transformation into emperors. Appeasing the worthless masses would secure their future food supply. Li coldly agreed. But suddenly, a flashing blade severed Guo's head. Staring in absolute shock, he looked up. Tien was standing right on top of their car. He casually asked about the food. Horrified and furious, Li screamed at him. How dared he attack a sitting congressman? Hadn't anyone warned this bastard about the deadly consequences? He was courting death. Tien calmly stated that, since they consumed that thing, only blood could settle this. Cleanse them, they forfeit their humanity. Without hesitation, Tien executed both. After parking his vehicle and erasing the blood, Tien spotted a vile creature crawling out. He crushed it instantly, then consumed his own meal. Suddenly, Tien felt his evolution finally complete, awakening a rare atavistic form. His new skill, Flash, instantly doubled his base stats. This proved he consumed the 40th divine gain, Vel, Heru Tomato, the weakest evolution path. Consuming more, Tien's power surged. He stood ready to evolve again. He absorbed the energy completely before pushing his atavistic form further. For now, this dark power was enough. A sudden shift. Tien felt his evolution forging a new path, granting him a rare artifact. Inspecting it, he found an intelligent brain. It drastically boosted his base stats, perfectly mirroring his atavistic evolution's raw power. Intrigued by the data, he immediately tested his new telepathy. Activating the skill, Tien realized he could detect any life force within 10 meters. Spotting a nearby bird, he locked onto its mind. He heard it begging for rice, starving for food. Tien realized physical contact allowed him to read a creature's mind perfectly. Yet, this was not enough. Leaving the bird to its thoughts of wicked humans and noble birds, Tien planned his next move. Before resetting his evolutionary path, he needed Lan. Arriving at a strange facility, he established a secure uplink. He warned Lan immediately. The man locked inside the hospital room was a complete imposter. Not their staff. True target. The prisoner was swapped with a perfect lookalike. Lan calmly told Tien to remain steady, vowing to hunt him down. Soon, Lan tracked Shen. He sent the coordinates, warning Tien that their elusive prey was constantly shifting, slipping past the electronic eyes. Tien needed to move like a shadow. Lan could not cover him during those blind spots. Analyzing the map, Tien uncovered the truth. Shen was hiding underground. That explained why his aura was completely hidden earlier. Deep below, a man in stark white robes strolled beside a dark canal. Suddenly, Tien descended. Declaring his hunt for Shen, Tien unleashed a lethal sword strike. Yet, Shen moved like lightning, evading the deadly blade. Tien recognized Shen's enhanced reflexes, but coldly swore the next strike would connect. Instantly, Tien severed one of Shen's arms. Unfazed, the monster used blinding speed to vault across the canal. Mocking him, Tien demanded if he planned to flee. Shen merely flashed a sinister smile. Provoked, Tien launched himself over the water, striking fiercely with his blade. But Shen had vanished entirely, replaced by a swarm of bugs. From the shadows, a monster approached. Tien's blind spot. Shen's voice echoed, scolding the beast for its slow arrival. The terrifying creature bowed, explaining it had just reached its adult evolution and lacked control over this new vessel. As monstrous bugs swarmed Tien, he swung his blade with lethal force to obliterate them. Reverting to human form, Shen calmly told Tien to walk away, lacking the strength to fight further. The monster gasped at Shen's severed arm, but the villain dismissed the wound entirely. He declared he was actively evolving. Tien ruthlessly slashed at Shen's head, but his target vanished into thin air once again. This enraged the beast. How dare a mortal strike the Holy Lord? Materializing right behind his monstrous servant, Shen calmly advised it to maintain control. As the dark swarm buzzed wildly, the giant beast apologized, deeply ashamed of its lack of combat mastery. Shen mercilessly ordered it to slaughter Tien. Roaring in agreement, the monster advanced, swearing to its master it would escort him upon victory. Yet, Shen ordered a retreat, sparing Tien. He desperately needed to hibernate and recharge after completing his evolution. The massive beast glared at Tien. Without hesitation, Tien charged forward, roaring his absolute hatred for those who arrogantly boast. Meanwhile, Shen slipped away to the mother nest. He prepared to enter pupation, fully enveloping his body in white silk. Nearby, Tien battled the monster fiercely. Trading blows, the massive beast acknowledged Tien's lethal strength. It wondered how a mere mortal possessed such monstrous power. Nothing about Tien's appearance hinted at an evolution. The beast grew frustrated. Tien dodged every fatal strike, seemingly predicting the future. Inwardly, Tien knew he was simply toying with this creature to map out its combat style. By maintaining absolute focus, Tien anticipated every single attack. Smirking, Tien asked if the beast knew him. It replied yes, but mocked Tien for utterly failing to recognize his opponent. The beast prepared a twisted gift, praising Tien's fierce resilience. It pointed to a grim, beautiful spectacle. A girl suspended from a W's dead tree. Suddenly, the beast caught Tien's blade bare-handed. Unfazed, Tien coldly declared these bugs belonged in the sewer. The monster asked if Tien grasped the true horror before him, mocking his mortal limits. Eyes blazing with fierce resolve, Tien launched a devastating counterattack. This triggered a buried memory. Wang desperately kneeling before Shen. The villain commanded Wang to never settle for being a minor mayor, demanding he serve him instead. Shen promised Wang an indestructible, immortal body, vowing to elevate his power far beyond human limits. Mere mortals. Wang eagerly agreed, swearing to do anything for eternal life. Sheng then placed an object inside Wang's mouth. He demanded absolute worship, specifically craving the life force of young, vibrant women as his sustenance. Wang blindly accepted, pledging to offer endless tributes to his Dark Lord. The beast smirked, believing that seeking ultimate power in this ruined world was pure survival. In this ruthless ecosystem, the strong ruled, and the weak became mere prey. He believed such pathetic lives deserved death. Aiding his dark evolution would at least grant them a brutal purpose for his grand ascension. The monster snarled, demanding what Tien had done. Tien sighed, realizing that invading a corrupted mind was truly exhausting. He accessed his system inventory and consumed an ancient high-grade medicinal carrot. His lost stamina recovered instantly. He told the beast he had unraveled its true identity. He never expected Mayor Wang to be such a pathetic coward, terrified of death. Shocked, the monster demanded how Tien discovered Wang's secret. Tien coldly replied that he had directly read the creature's mind. It was filled with blinding arrogance and vile selfishness. The beast panicked, questioning how this was even possible. Was Tien an evolved human? He admitted he had never encountered an evolved being with such terrifying abilities in the entire southern region. According to his holy lord, true evolution required devouring the fruits of hope. Tien smirked, asking if the beast meant those slimy, disgusting bug eggs. He declared that Sheng never needed such a repulsive method for power. This twisted process was more like a foul parasitism than true evolution. Perplexed, the monster demanded an explanation. Tien revealed that he had witnessed the truth inside the creature's mind. The parasitic bug was violently fighting him for absolute control over his own body. It was blatantly evident from the beast's subconscious that a demonic evolution was already underway. It was truly only a matter of time before Wang's mind shattered. Tien bluntly asked how long his fragile personality could endure before becoming a completely mindless abomination. Furious, the beast warned Tien never to compare him to lowly ants. He proudly proclaimed that his consumed egg was second only to the prince. Even if his original mind lost control over the flesh, he had ascended into a superior being, permanently shedding the fragile, useless human shell. Tien pondered the mention of this prince, speculating if Sheng had devoured an even higher tier egg nearby. Suddenly, he sensed another life force. Without warning, a new monstrous threat launched an ambush. Tien marveled at how terrifyingly fast this creature had hatched. A brutal strike severed Tien's hand instantly, sending him crashing into the dark canal. Wang blindly congratulated Sheng on the glorious birth of the prince. Sheng flared with pure anger, furious that Wang failed to eliminate a mere human, forcing his own hand. Wang frantically denied this, crying that Tien was a terrifying 3-star evolver. The monstrous Sheng coldly remarked that a stubborn survivor truly existed in the desolate southern lands. Wang agreed, admitting his own strength was simply inadequate. Sheng sneered, adding that no matter how much a human evolves, Tien remained a lowly piece of human trash without any true physical enhancements. What an absolute waste of the precious third-level eggs his mother had bestowed upon Wang. Panicking, Wang pointed at Tien. Unfazed, Tien pulled out the ancient medicine-grade carrot and took a firm bite. The beasts stood, completely shocked as the human rapidly regenerated his severed hand. Sheng smirked, finding this anomaly highly interesting. Tien calculated that while the ancient medicine-grade carrots were convenient, regenerating bone and flesh still took precious time. If these beasts noticed this deadly flaw, Tien would be in massive trouble. Sheng observed the miraculous healing speed and sinisterly announced a change of plans. He no longer wished to slaughter Tien instantly. He craved to harvest Tien's superior genes. Yet, simply devouring him felt dreadfully boring, especially since this mysterious human clearly harbored countless profound secrets. Instead, the Beast King proposed a twisted deal. Still recovering, Tien demanded to hear the terms. Sheng declared that superior evolved beings like them, transcending the fragile human race, must forge an absolute alliance. Simply put, the toxic poisoning of the Earth had triggered a severe, global food crisis, severely worsened by rampaging beast kings. Given primitive human technology, it was merely a matter of time before mankind vanished from Blue Star. Weak, low-level creatures like humans were strictly destined to become mere resources for the strong. Only apex-evolved beings could conquer this brutal new world. Sheng extended his monstrous hand, inviting Tien to conquer the entire southern region together before the major beast kings took over. Together, they could easily monopolize food, vital survival resources, and higher evolutionary paths. Didn't that sound tempting? A glorious kingdom ruled by them alone awaited. Tien coldly smirked, praising Sheng's grand villainous speech, but declared it an absolute pity that mankind refused to be mere bloodbags. He firmly warned Sheng never to underestimate human resolve. Sheng instantly realized the negotiation had failed. His dark curiosity over Tien's abilities piqued. Now, Tien could only serve as his perfect nourishment. Sheng viciously attacked, roaring for Tien to burn in hell. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Tien's sanctuary, where his companions were peacefully farming. Suddenly, Han gasped in sharp, sudden pain, dropping the harvested food from her trembling hands. Nan rushed over, anxiously asking what was wrong. Han softly reassured them she was fine, attributing the agony to a violent throbbing in her chest and brief dizziness. Smiling softly, she believed she would fully recover after simply resting. Yet, she secretly felt a terrifying intensity, heavily mimicking severe heart palpitations. An ominous sense of dark foreboding completely washed over her. Pushing through, Han asked Nan to confidently continue gathering fruits. T strictly reminded everyone they desperately needed to stockpile heavy food resources before the second apocalyptic destruction arrived. As the wave faded, Nan recovered, vowing to fight on. Meanwhile, Tien let out a sudden scream. Sheng sneered, having uncovered Tien's fatal flaw. His healing depended on consuming that strange fruit. Sheng fiercely pinned Tien's arms, vowing to starve him of his power. He mocked him, noting the 2-on-1 advantage. Yet, Tien's lethal threat to their kind made Sheng hesitate. Sheng simply could not finish Tien off. Nearby, Wang drifted in the canal, badly wounded by Tien. Ignoring Wang's cries, Sheng obsessed over Tien's fruits. He offered a dark bargain. If Tien surrendered his secret, he would grant a painless death. Just then, Tien's hummingbird swooped in to strike Sheng. Baffled by the endless swarm, Sheng watched a relentless Tien play all his cards. The firepower of the tiny beasts shattered against Sheng's iron armor. These weak stray bullets risked causing dull, friendly fire. Tien knew this well, but damage was never his goal. Sheng laughed off the noisy pests, asking if they were meant to tickle. Tien drove a bird into Sheng's blade, then fiercely swung his sword at Sheng. The attack shocked him. Tien calmly noted that even perfect armor possessed weak joints. A vicious slash met Sheng's flesh. He shrieked in agony as his legs failed. Tien fell back, knowing this was not enough. To evolve, he grabbed his fruits. Sheng collapsed to his knees, confessing that his recent evolution left him starving. Drained of healing energy, his hunger raged. A desperate Wang begged Sheng for rescue. The brutal fight had completely drained his life force, leaving him unable to even stand. He begged Sheng to return him to their mother for vital repairs. Wang frantically claimed Sheng needed him to rule the South. His grueling evolution could not be wasted now. He refused to die here. Over the chaos and his ravenous hunger, Sheng coldly stated he desperately needed a meal. Bitterly drained, he mocked Tien as a slippery flea. His mood had turned incredibly foul. A terrified Wang urged him to eat elsewhere, abandoning the Southern military police raid. He desperately clung to his belt of fragile life and hard-earned rank. Sheng coldly clarified that Wang's sole purpose was to speed up food gathering. His level 3 promotion was merely a reward for past obedience. However, Wang's pathetic weakness disgusted him. Shang revealed their mother was entering the final stage of her evolution. Once she broke from her cocoon, their mighty clan would conquer the entire south. And, soon, his kind would mass-produce endless kin. But his brutal hunger demanded immediate fuel to restore his power. Wang begged, but Shang mercilessly killed him, sighing that this slight distraction allowed them to heal. Yet, devouring a level 3 evolver tasted like pure ecstasy. A renewed Shang surged with power. A screen confirmed Tien's atavistic awakening unlocked ancient bloodline memories, boosting his prime data. He gained his race's ancient talents with an 80% evolution chance. Tien gasped as Shang devoured his own king. His inventory was empty after rapidly consuming dozens of precious level 4 fruits. All his new evolutions were strictly atavistic. Shang sneered, boasting. Eating Tien would skyrocket his power. Tien swallowed his last fruit as an incredibly fast Shang cut off any escape. Shang closed in, his razor-sharp claws stopping mere inches from Tien's eyes. Suddenly, an unseen force halted Shang. Frozen in place, Tien realized his grueling gamble had finally paid off. The path reset, sealing his perfect evolution. The newly awakened divine skill was gravity mastery, field expansion. His base stats held steady, fueled by fierce atavistic data. Tien marveled. He had restored the ancient divine type and unlocked the ultra-rare rule system. He knew ancient divine paths split into elemental, superhuman, and rule systems. The very laws of the Tien Blue Star world were bound by strict rules, like gravity, fierce acceleration, potential energy, and inertia. Mastering these primal forces effectively turned a mortal into a true living god. Tien knew. The rule system reigned supreme in the ancient divine branch. Checking his stats, he discovered that his gravity range spanned 3 meters. Field expansion multiplied this crushing domain tenfold. Briefly, though it drained his spirit and flesh, he violently seized control of Shang's body, making him shriek. Tien delivered a crushing blow. Shang was stunned. Tien was only a level 3 evolver, yet he had, surging with unprecedented strength. Tien realized the ancient divine type evolution was already formidable at level 1. Consuming level 4 or higher crops and meat would deeply amplify his abilities. He anticipated the limitless potential of future evolutions. The mere thought sent his heart racing with pure excitement, relishing this intoxicating surge of power. Meanwhile, an exhausted and coughing Shang fell to his knees, desperately wondering how Tien achieved such explosive growth. With a single strike, Tien effortlessly shattered Shen's hardened armor, using only the sheer force of the air. Realizing his imminent defeat, Shang chose to flee. He knew staying guaranteed absolute death, so he bolted. Tien spotted Shen attempting to escape and immediately launched his pursuit, unleashing his newly acquired power. But it faltered. Tien realized his control over gravity was still incomplete. Pushing forward, he discovered Shang had slipped away, leaving behind a glowing trail of blue blood. Sprinting for his life, Shang reached a massive crater where his colossal mother was hatching. He collapsed, begging for forgiveness and confessing his ultimate failure to meet her expectations. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoed from the corridor. Tien stepped through the dust and calmly noted that the sewer exit connected directly to the municipal building's ground floor. This perfectly explained how Shang had evaded the military police for so long. Wang had secured a flawless hideout. With a cold smirk, Tien mused on the dark irony. Shang never expected to perish by the very religious cult he worshipped. A lingering sense of doom settled in. As Shen reflected on his mother, the entire floor violently quaked. Her evolution had finally finished. A colossal shadow emerged from the abyss. Tien scoffed, stating he thought Shen had grown desperate enough to cannibalize his fellow evolvers. He then questioned what monstrous thing Shen dared call mother. Fury ignited within Shen as he asked who Tien was insulting. Despite viewing his mother as a loving figure, she possessed a terrifying temper. She would often beat him, starve him, and mock him as a fool. Failing to secure first place on an exam meant vicious slaps and forced kneeling. Yet, when a swarm of mutant ants cornered them, she sacrificed herself to save him. He had fled, in pure terror, carrying the heavy shame of a coward. Observing this, Tien noted Shang's physical recovery, but found him bizarre. Shen violently silenced Tien with harsh curses. Turning back, Shang whispered to his colossal mother that he was starving and drained of energy. He begged for salvation, noting a newly evolved beast would still be frail. She agreed, promising they would remain together forever. Dread washed over Tien. Merging these monsters meant catastrophic danger. He believed Shen willingly took the initiative to let the Break King devour him. Tien questioned the madness of this sacrifice. Something felt profoundly wrong as the two monsters merged. Suddenly, Shen's body erupted in blinding light. The scene cuts to the research lab, where scientists celebrated a monumental breakthrough. Successfully replicating the legendary divine gene was a massive achievement. Overcome with thrill, one researcher urged them to inform Jing immediately for injection. But the celebration halted when a scientist noticed the instruments vibrating violently. He questioned the sudden disturbance, fearing a terrifying anomaly. A colleague brushed it off, feeling nothing unusual. But the first man demanded they inspect the trembling equipment. Another swiftly dismissed him, stating Jing's survival took absolute priority over everything. Meanwhile, a frantic reporter broadcasted live on air. A catastrophic seismic event had just ruptured the municipal building's foundations, pointing to the awakening of a high-level mutant beast. Heavily armed military and police from the southern side swiftly surrounded the entire perimeter. Attack helicopters roared through the sky. Yen stood ready inside one chopper. Without warning, a devastating explosion shattered the building. From the rubble emerged a terrifying level 8 beast king, a colossal ant queen, wreaking absolute havoc. Yuan froze in shock, struggling to comprehend how such an apocalyptic monster breached the city. Hovering nearby, the reporter shamelessly hyped the lethal spectacle, anticipating a sensational global headline. Amidst the roaring chaos, Tien shouted loudly, demanding to know how Un had arrived at the battlefield. The news crew was momentarily stunned. Recovering his breath, the reporter confessed his sheer excitement, caused an accidental yell. Exposing their identity as the Southern Side Daily Journal, Yan fiercely questioned if they had completely lost their minds. She demanded to know who authorized this flight, emphasizing the extreme danger and ordering them to retreat. The stubborn reporter defended himself, claiming a true journalist could never abandon this epic story. Yan pointed out that high-level beast kings only appeared in desolate frontiers, never in the southern side. Yet, the reckless journalist was elated to witness the Titan firsthand, thrilled to secure the world's first broadcast. Suddenly, they noticed a bizarre anomaly surrounding the Beast King. He urgently commanded his cameraman to zoom in on a strange blue light moving near it. They zoomed in, revealing a shocking truth: it was a human. Soaring through the sky, Tien considered that by altering his gravity, he could achieve a floating state. By nullifying his body's friction and combining it with his improved strength, the skies were his. His attributes granted him incredible speed. However, maintaining flight rapidly drained his mental and physical power. The screen showed his ancient divine rune system, human evolver rank, and skills, gravity mastery, and field expansion. Its 3-meter range could upgrade by consuming level 4 crops. The field expansion boosted his gravity mastery range tenfold briefly, but consumed massive amounts of mental and deciding physical stamina. The beast summoned insects to heal its severe wounds. At this rate, he could never slay the endless swarm. Moreover, his gravity mastery range was too small to deal a lethal blow to the beast king. The endless bug stream constantly healed the monster. Tien's energy would drain completely if he used field expansion for a fatal strike. He realized the risk and immediately abandoned this desperate plan. Fearing field expansion would completely exhaust his mental and physical limits, he hesitated. If the attack failed to kill the Beast King instantly, falling into a coma meant certain death. Suddenly, he was struck by the Beast King. The situation turned dire. Explosions erupted around him, but Tien barely dodged. Suddenly, Yuan shouted to Tien, providing cover fire. She ordered him to target the Beast King's core. Destroying its brain would stop its regeneration. Tien analyzed her advice. He knew a Beast King's core was typically hidden near its brain, beneath its heavy armor. Yuan warned him to stay alert, noting the unusual terrain of the surrounding area. Tien understood, relentlessly attacking the monster while searching for the location of its core. Approaching the Beast King, he noticed the insect swarm gathering around a specific insect for Swan. Spot its true core. Backed by the military police, he unleashed his maximum mental power to end this. Tien prepared for the final blow. Unleashing his ultimate strike on the Beast King, Tien plummeted downward, but helicopters swooped in with nets, saving him from a fatal fall. Yi gasped at the close call. Watching Tien, she questioned his identity, sensing he was the hidden hero. Finally, the Beast King was defeated. A reporter announced that at 6:14 a.m., a colossal mutant struck the municipal building, devastating a 10-kilometer radius. It was classed as a level 8 Beast King, based on its size and energy scale. The nightmare was now slain by a powerful blue humanoid wrapped in blinding light, masking his true form. Across the city, many watched the broadcast. The reporter pondered if this hero was a secret military weapon or a new type of mutant. Admitting details remained scarce. The Hongli Su store was unreachable. A hooded boy watched the screen, recognizing the warrior as an evolver. The scene shifts to Tien resting in bed. He realized that the second wave of destruction was approaching. With just 8 hours left, he needed to heavily upgrade his shelters, level, and defenses for the impending chaos. Dreading the unknown threat, he recalled fainting after burning all his physical and mental stamina. Luckily, he hadn't been out for long. The system urgently reminded him that his farm's current defenses were too weak for the next wave. Staring at the grim countdown, Tien knew the second wave would bring unimaginable devastation. Based on this trajectory, humanity's fragile current technology might only survive until the third wave. After that, civilization would fall completely. Opening his screen, he saw 7,980 points. Needing more for a level 2 upgrade, he decided to harvest another crop batch to secure the upgrade. Despite burning immense energy in the recent battle, his system inventory had vast empty space. He wondered if real weapons could be stored to draw instantly, as needed. Tien placed his Tang horizontal sword into the inventory. To his utter shock, it worked. Upon inspection, the blade was marked as level 1. He wondered if storing real-world weapons could actually level up their power and grant devastating strength as their level increased. Rising from bed, Tien knew he couldn't rest right now. Time waits for no one, especially with the crucial maturation period required to harvest his life-saving crops. His crops needed time to grow. He noted Officer Ye's vital advice, knowing he would definitely have to thank her later. Escaping the hospital, Tien vanished. Later, Ye and Yuan found his empty bed. Realizing he had escaped, Yi asked Yuan if she would bring him back. Yuan dismissed this, knowing Tien would never agree. Ye expressed worry about Tien causing chaos outside. Yuan countered, asking if Ye truly believed the southern military police could capture someone who crushed a Beast King alone. She noted their strongest military mutants only had basic enhanced strength and speed. Yi acknowledged Tien's terrifying power, but confidently assured that he never meant to pressure Tien into anything. He explained they simply must continue to achieve victory over those with such immense power. They simply could not force his hand. He was likely angered by their sheer incompetence. Today's military police were entirely too weak to protect a mere girl. Why would he trust them? Yan promised she would convince her father. She firmly believed Tien harbored no ill intentions toward humanity. Rather, he stood completely on their side. Do not disturb him yet. Just observe. She was eager to witness Tina's incredible future strength. He told her to go ahead. Soon after, Tien arrived, back at his home. Han and Nan rejoiced at his safe return. Tien apologized for causing worry, and they embraced. Tien realized he had grown significantly stronger, but what of his superpower? He gently asked them to let him go. He playfully lifted Han. Inspecting Nan's physique, Tien noted that he had also undergone an evolution. Nan agreed, claiming he simply woke up fully transformed that day. Han eagerly showed off her own newfound strength. Tien observed the stats of Nan and Han. He realized both members had successfully awakened into the member atavistic type. He discovered the anti-radiation corn and peppers had fully matured. A new harvest of crops was ready. It was time to harvest and officially upgrade their farm. Everyone eagerly agreed. Grabbing the peppers, Tien noted the camouflage chili pepper was a rare purple item, Consuming it grants perfect camouflage for 10 minutes. It blends the user into any environment, effortlessly evading sound wave detectors, thermal imaging, and optical sensors. He smiled, knowing he finally had enough points. The system asked if he truly wanted to spend 80 W points on the Level 2 shelter upgrade coupon. He saw that this upgrade would vastly boost the shelter's defense and expand its area. Furthermore, the Brastergita shelter privilege would be unlocked. He would also gain a new skill, Flaw Mastery. Tien made the purchase. The upgrade began instantly. During the process, he noticed only 3 hours remained until the second destruction wave. The original shelter's traits were preserved, while the livestock sheds and the fish, pond and planting fields received renovations. A thermal detection radar tower was erected with a 30-kilometer range, alongside an electromagnetic jammer tower reaching 20 kilometers. Defense turrets were under construction. Seeing the upgraded fish pond, Han gasped at its massive artificial lake-like scale. Tien saw. The upgrade was complete. The planting field had expanded to 300 acres, the livestock zone to 3, and the fishing area to 5 acres. The system congratulated Tien on achieving a Level 2 shelter, gifting him a package. He unlocked the disguise permission and the flaw mastery skill. The shelter now resembled a military, the fortress. It was impressive, yet far too conspicuous. He decided to conceal the true form of his Level 2 shelter, projecting the illusion of a Level 1 base. Activating this disguise, Tien felt relieved. Outsiders would only see the old, dilapidated farm. This clever deception would spare him countless troubles. He had just unlocked a powerful new skill. At Level 1, he could read the data of objects, but at Level 2, he could perceive the exact flaws in all living beings and expose their fatal weaknesses. He pondered this deadly power, wondering how to wield it against his foes, and whether there were any system limitations on flaw mastery. To his shock, there were none. No race or entity in this world existed without weakness. Even ancient divine evolvers had hidden flaws. Tien realized this godlike skill meant he could instantly slay evolved beings with a single strike. He then noticed his Level 4 divine harvest, the cherry tomatoes, had fully ripened. The system urged an immediate harvest. Tien speculated that, with this new power, he could reset Han's evolutionary path. Without insisting on ancient divine types, these fruits would suffice for their complete evolution. Han and He eagerly grabbed the tomatoes. Eating them, Han told Tien she was tired of resetting into atavistic forms. The repeated failures made her feel utterly sick. He urged her to eat more, promising victory on the next try. She couldn't lose to He. She vowed that she would never lose, ferociously devouring the tomatoes. He watched in shock as a sudden aura erupted, and Han finally awakened. Tien saw her intelligent brain evolver skill was magnetic field mastery of the eye of truth. He praised her power. Suddenly, a transformation overtook He as well. Thrilled, Han cheered that it was so cool. Tien recognized the sacred beast skill, King's Pressure. He noticed only 30 seconds remained for the Cleese. The second destruction wave hit. The scene shifted to Jing, who had just received the good virus. He was asked how he felt. Jing replied that he was in excellent shape, and not just because his physical body had fully recovered. He believed he had successfully replicated the divine gene. He was now ready to become a pioneer in the era of the gods. He could not stop trembling. The final 5 seconds of the second wave of destruction began. As it ended, violent water waves surged, completely altering the weather. Tien thought that all active flowing water on Earth would vanish. With the third destruction wave arriving in 60 days, Tien was determined to savor this period. He pondered the water sources. Suddenly, a massive circle formed in the water sky, unleashing violent lightning. The scene shifted to a ship out at sea, where the crew discovered that the vessel had lost all radar signals. Every communication line was dead. A crew member urged the captain to come out and check the ocean. What they saw left them in sheer shock. The captain pondered the mutated sea beasts and noticed the ocean's color had become highly unnatural. They questioned if this anomaly was isolated to their area or if it plagued all water sources. The entire sea turned blood red, teeming with mutated beasts. A man was approaching the divine gene. Ready to claim it, he admitted he never expected Jing to successfully create it. Suddenly, a skeletal tail struck, snatching the divine gene and injuring the man's hand. He demanded to know who dared to launch such an attack. He spotted Jing, noting his evolution was highly successful. Seeing how he arrived so quickly, the intruder must have triggered something. Jing faced the man, asking how he obtained the password for the safe. The man replied that Jing was indeed a descendant of their family, and the headquarters was right to trust him with this duty. As he truly extracted the divine gene, Jing realized the intruder was Ming. He asked how Ming had arrived. Ming replied, he came to deliver headquarters orders, and then called Jing his brother. He declared that from this day on, all of Jing's southern region research projects would be seized by Ming. Furthermore, Jing had to return to headquarters today to report on his work. Jing asked if Ming was the only one there. Ming replied, it was obvious he had not come alone, and that Jing's evolution data was reported to him long ago. How could he arrive without any preparation? Suddenly, a large group of armed men appeared behind Jing. Confused, Jing demanded to know what Ming meant. Ming replied that it seemed Jing had a hidden agenda. Why had he failed to report the successful research to headquarters right away? Was he trying to monopolize this achievement? Even without seeing each other for years, Ming coldly remarked that Jing was still domineering and shameless. He stole everything from Ming, disguising it as profit recovery instead of sheer theft. Headquarters and the Bai family gave Jing everything, including research funds and technical Jing support. Naturally, his results belonged to them. But Jing had nothing to fear. He had generated such massive benefits for headquarters that his return would still grant him a massive reward. Ming insisted he was not stealing Jing's credit. He was just taking him back to enjoy his triumph. Jing scoffed, asking what joy awaited him. He feared he would just be dragged away to serve as a live test subject for the Divine Creation Project. The moment he arrived, Ming shot back that Jing had already used his own body for dark experiments, so it should not be an issue if they studied his results. As far as Ming knew, Jing had only synthesized 2 copies of the divine gene. He consumed one and held the other. Ming desperately craved that precious sample. Lan and the other researchers rushed in. Lan told Jing he had 0 ties to their family matters, and since he was just a worker, he must be allowed to leave. Ming sneered, stating such a crucial figure could not leave so easily. Jing asked if Ming planned to use them as hostages. Ming agreed, declaring that seizing control of the Southern Research Institute would prove a point. Despite his evolution, Jing remained a mortal man with a fragile body. He could never survive a barrage of gunfire. Ming ordered Jing to drop his completely meaningless resistance and surrender the divine gene obediently. His current state was truly pathetic. Jing realized that his current physical strength could never withstand so many assault rifles. However, fully armed with the blessing of extreme speed, he could easily escape. Ming sighed, noting Jing's refusal to cooperate. It was widely known that evolved beings possessed super healing. Therefore, Jing would surely survive with shattered limbs. Suddenly, a massive blast erupted. The scene shifted to Tien's house. He prepared a meal, which Han called lovely. Tien claimed she enjoyed eating absolutely anything. Nan asked why they were having a feast. Tien explained that it was to celebrate gathering every evolutionary path. He had poured massive effort into preparing this grand meal, using incredibly rare ingredients. The second wave of destruction had already passed, yet everyone remained trapped. At level 1, he wanted to force their leveling speed. Han pointed out that despite this massive celebration, He had not joined them to eat. Tien considered what it took for He to revert to his fierce beastman form. First, He had to drop the Beast King state. His physical stamina was dangerously low, leaving him completely drained, unable to sustain that overwhelming power. Tien noted that He actually preferred his current form. So, Tien prepared a separate feast for him outside. Han agreed, calling He far more handsome now. Suddenly, a sharp warning alerted Tien. 2 intense heat sources were rushing toward the farm. The system flagged humans, blazing at 38 meters per second. Both targets were heavily wounded. Their body heat was plummeting. Arrival time: 23 seconds. Tien marveled at their insane velocity. Only mutated beings could move so fast. Scanning the area with his aura, he spotted Jing desperately carrying Lan. Reaching the gate, Jing stared in disbelief at the farm. Suddenly, he slammed into an abouter's invisible barrier. Assuming Tien would reject his plea, and knowing Ming was hunting him down, a defeated Jing turned to flee. Just then, Tien descended using his gravity skill. He casually mocked the absolute mess Jing was in. Recognizing Tien, Jing froze. Tien asked why he was running away with such a pathetic, shattered expression. The barrier vanished, letting them inside. Tien admitted he was intrigued by Jing's evolutionary path. Gasping, Jing told Tien this place was a decaying farm mere days ago. Now, it was an absolute fortress. The exterior still looked like ruins, a perfect illusion blinding the outside world. Modern technology simply could not forge such flawless camouflage. It was pure magic. Terrified of death, he begged Tien for salvation. Tien coldly stated he could grant them life, but demanded to know his own reward. Desperate, Jing swore to hand over highly classified secrets that Tien would find invaluable. Stepping inside, Jing asked if Tien's supreme power was gravity control. Narrowing his eyes, Tien demanded to know how he figured that out. Jing revealed he had analyzed the Beast King slain down south. The monster's corpse bore crushing marks of hypergravity compression. Jing had studied combat footage closely. Even without Abelius, the perfect view of the cave, the attacker's skills perfectly mirrored Tien's. That terrifying levitation, mimicking supersonic flight, practically screamed gravity mastery. Smirking at the sharp deduction, Tien admitted that this was indeed fascinating. Despite their clashing ideologies on evolution, Jing now felt a profound, fearful respect. Tien formally welcomed them. Then He stomped over with Nan and Han. Jing's jaw dropped. He had mutated into a giant. Han cheerfully noted Jing's sickly green complexion. Staring at the glowing auras, Jing realized everyone had evolved. Tien asked why he looked so stunned. Trembling, Jing confessed their leveling speed was monstrous. The sheer rate of flawless mutations here defied all logic. He had literally grown into a walking mountain. Cutting him off, Tien demanded to know why Jing was wasting time staring, warning that Lan was fading fast. He ordered Jing to hand her over immediately. Jing complied, rushing her inside to a resting bed. Tien simply fed Lan a magical carrot. Stepping back out, he declared they only had to wait for her awakening. Jing painfully patched up his bullet wounds, looking at Tien in disbelief. Was that really it? Lan was just a fragile mortal. Didn't those brutal injuries require major surgery? Tien sharply replied that he operated by his own rules. Realizing he had overstepped, Jing fell silent. Tien ordered him to explain everything. Jing revealed he had copied He's evolutionary DNA and injected it into his own veins. This gamble not only saved his life but triggered a flawless mutation. He presented the glowing divine gene to Tien, explaining that before fleeing the Dread Lab, he burned their data and stole the second serum. Tien examined it, wondering if it held the same fierce power as his divine fruits. Could swapping He's ancestral gene truly unlock atavistic evolution? Did this mean that artificially replacing any evolutionary trait would yield the exact same results? Jing boasted about his perfect evolution, casually dismissing his near-fatal wounds as mere scratches. He urgently explained that the High Command had exposed his hidden research. They dispatched his own flesh and blood to seize his work, planning to drag him back to the dark labs as a test subject. By pure luck, he evaded their deadly hunt. Tien scoffed at Jing, downplaying the danger, silently wondering what twisted family would experiment on their own kin. Han was horrified that a brother could betray him like that, loudly declaring, if anyone ever dared hurt Han, Tien would obliterate them without mercy. Hearing this fierce loyalty, Jing burst into tears. He explained that unlike Han and Titian, he had a good brother. Han gazed at Tien, realizing she had relied on him since the very beginning. No matter the storm, she would stand by his side without hesitation. Tien noted that despite their short time together, with his rapid healing and explosive speed, a coldly rational man like Jing could easily calculate the perfect strategy to escape on his own. Survival would be easy for him, but what about Lan? Jing replied he loathed owing debts, especially to meddling fools. Tien once believed Jing was a ruthless, science-obsessed maniac who disregarded human life. But now, he realized he had misjudged him. Jing declared his stay would be brief. News of his escape with the divine gene had already reached the head office. A relentless global manhunt would soon be unleashed upon him. With their immense power, they would tear the South apart to hunt him down. The temptation of the gene was absolute, a power meant to reshape the world. Tien questioned if Jing could truly escape while dragging an ordinary human along. Even if he breached the southern borders, where could he hide? Tien realized that this seemingly basic atavistic gene was now a supreme treasure, coveted globally. Jing admitted he knew the relentless pursuit would begin the moment he betrayed the head office. His plan was to vanish quietly with his materials and equipment. But an unforeseen betrayal from within had shattered that. His assets in the European Union were entirely frozen, forcing a desperate change of plans. His new destination, Storm Island, surrounded by the Worcester Eye, three great powers of Yanheng, the European Union, and ancient Egypt. Because of its terrain, endless storms ravaged the area year-round. Lacking strategic value or rare resources, Storm Island remains entirely unclaimed. Only a few indigenous tribes survive there, living off basic hunting and fishing. Their technological and civilizational advancement is completely primitive. Jing revealed to Tien that he had secretly constructed a base there years ago during a biological expedition. It was a secret kept from the world, making it the ultimate sanctuary for him now. Tien pressed him, demanding to know the truth about the head office. Jing explained it was an absolute monopoly, forged by massive families, controlling every lucrative industry. The foundation of the five major families Bi, Ren, Lan, Qin, and Zhong formed the cornerstone of this empire, representing the highest centers of authority. When the world mutated, Jing saw the boundless, terrifying potential hidden within their radioactive flora. He proposed the Divine Creation Project to the head office, igniting a fierce debate among the elites. Many fiercely opposed it, condemning it as a crime against humanity. However, certain families only saw immeasurable profit. Bypassing the Bi and Zhong families entirely, Jing was secretly granted the Pad of Lies, massive resources to build a lab in Southern City, hidden behind the mask of pharmaceutical research. But Jing's true ambition was to exploit their wealth for his own grand design. He refused to let his monumental discoveries become mere tools for corporate tyranny. As an illegitimate son of the Bai family, he wielded zero influence in both the syndicate and his bloodline. To secure funding, he spun a web of irresistible lies, fully believing he was the puppet master. But destiny had proven him violently wrong. Tien agreed, vowing to personally escort Jing to Storm Island. Shocked, Jing warned that smuggling aboard a ship was now impossible, especially with the tainted oceans swarming with colossal, mutated sea beasts. Furthermore, the head office had undoubtedly locked down the airspace, leaving him cornered. Tien smirked, asking whoever said they needed a boat. He led Tien outside into the open. Tien declared that ultimate rewards demand ultimate stakes. He unveiled a stealth helicopter, coded to vanish from all radar. Tien guaranteed this phantom craft would safely deliver him, Can, to Storm Island, carrying every piece of vital lab equipment and rations. Suspicious. Jing questioned Tien's motives, wondering if his extreme vision frightened him. Tien replied that after witnessing endless bloodshed, his worldview had shattered. He stressed the desperate need for a radical evolution in human survival, especially with the corrupted seas. Tien added that taking his backing meant Jing must rethink some of his core philosophies. Jing solemnly swore that if Tien truly delivered him and his life's work to Storm Island, he would answer his call in the future. He would cross thousands of miles, crush any opposition in his path, and conquer the world for him. They shook hands, and Tien reminded him of his promise. Until they were sent away, Jing couldn't safely stay at Tien's place, so he asked for help feeding his sheep for a few days. The scene shifted to Ming. Ming spoke with his father, furious about Jing's resistance. He never expected this outcome, especially after making such vast preparations. He acknowledged Jing's overwhelming evolutionary strength, yet calmly reassured Jing wouldn't escape far. Ming had already deployed his elite trackers to tightly lock down and monitor every single airline and transit hub across the southern region. Moreover, the entire medical sector was now strictly under their control. Jing was heavily wounded, lacking access to any proper, systematic medical care. He surely wouldn't survive long out there. The second he showed his face, they would strike. His father warned that, despite his treason, Jing remained a family member. Eliminating him wouldn't be easy to justify if they harmed him. Ming scoffed, claiming Lan's life or death meant nothing to their bloodline. Father ordered Ming to handle this mess. Ming confidently vowed to resolve it. His father then brought up rumors that Jing had truly achieved perfect mutation. Ming confirmed the terrifying truth. His father was shocked that his own son was the first perfect mutant among the 5 major families. If not for Jing's rebellious mindset, making him the heir would have Tevlinus been a perfect choice. He stressed the family heir must be flawless in all aspects, warning Ming not to fail him. Ming swore that if he couldn't capture Jing within 3 days, he would strip himself of all privileges within the 4, head office, and the family. His father accepted this heavy vow, expecting a victorious report in exactly 3. The call disconnected. Ming immediately ordered his subordinate to bring Ren in for a personal interrogation. The 40 guard complied. Elsewhere, Jing was feeding the pigs as Tien commanded. Tien sat nearby, teasing that Jing was too stingy with his labor. Jing replied he had done this heavy work since he was 8 years old. Tien noted that even the young master of the Bai family did similar work before. Jing explained he was a bastard child, hidden away in his family. He lived with his mother until he turned 8. If their bloodline hadn't grown so dangerously thin, they might never have acknowledged him. He didn't care. He never felt like a true member of their arrogant clan. But having their surname granted him the vital resources he needed. Tien joked that it sounded just like the scandalous dramas of wealthy elites coming to life. His phone suddenly buzzed with alerts. Jing sharply asked what was happening. Tien smirked, claiming he had something fascinating to discuss. The scene then shifted back to Ming, who wanted Ren to reveal every single person Jing had contacted since arriving in the southern region. However, the gathered intel matched exactly what Ming already knew. Ren calmly stated that Jing had completely destroyed a massive amount of critical data before fleeing the institute. She had nothing more to offer. Ming pressed her, demanding if there was anything special. She retorted that her entire intelligence file was already shared. As a high-ranking insider, he should know she barely interacted with Jing. Ming narrowed his eyes, noting Ren's bitter hostility toward him. Ren said, it stemmed from Jing's relentless questioning and the total destruction of her precious laboratory right after his stealthy arrival in the southern region. Ming declared that the 3 families made this harsh ruling because Jing had stolen their sacred divine gene and committed treason. Ren silently mused that, given the immense gravity the headquarters placed on this crisis, the potion's true power must defy imagination. She anxiously pondered the horrific divine gene and those inhuman monsters locked inside the research lab. Beyond the radical mutation of Jing's body, caused by the unstable prototype, this genetic alteration had directly triggered Liang's tragic death. Then, she suspected Tien might be the mastermind behind it all. Ren warned Ming that the head office's true research was actually focused on transforming human beings. Ming coldly warned her to drop the forbidden subject and never dig into it. Right now, the 3 families had a chance to bridge the massive power gap. He desperately needed Jing, ordering her to play her required role. Ren found his arrogance repulsive. She fired back that Ming's mighty family power should have already sealed off Jing's escape routes. If the almighty family couldn't track him, how could a lowly manager blind to top-tier secrets possibly succeed? Ming dismissed her sharp criticism. He stated that since the Ren family had granted for her this clearance, it proved she was an outcast, sidelined by her own clan purely because she was a woman. She lacked the power to enter the core. Ren silently vowed to hide the truth, even if she held all the answers. She mockingly apologized, claiming this was her limit regarding Jing. After all, she was just a weak, incapable woman. After excusing herself, Ren turned to leave. Ming smugly sneered that this was exactly why women belonged at home, raising children. Outside, Ren paused in deep thought. She entered her car and immediately dialed Tien, identifying herself. She demanded an urgent meeting, knowing Jing hid at his home. Tien played dumb, but Ren insisted Tien knew the truth. She urged him not to waste her rare mercy. promising to reach his farm in 30 minutes. Upon arriving, Tien was already waiting. Ren wasted no time, demanding he hand over Jing. Tien dismissed her bold demand, questioning her sudden arrival and baseless claims, but Ren pressed him to stop playing games. She revealed Herman found a DNA report, linking Jing directly to the incident. With Tien, she warned that personal ties must not disrupt headquarters affairs. She threatened to escalate things unless he surrendered Jing, keeping the secret from headquarters for now. Suddenly, a sniper fired at Tien. He barely dodged the lethal shot. Ren froze in shock, searching for the shooter. Ming emerged with his forces. He mocked Jing for hiding in such a pathetic, run-down farm. Smiling, he thanked Ren for blindly leading them straight to their prey. He warned her to prepare an excuse for aiding the traitors. Family. Stunned by Ming's ambush, Ren asked if he had tracked her. Ming sneered, stating he did not even trust his family's illegitimate son, let alone her. He revealed he had monitored every single device to provoke her, and she fell perfectly into his trap. Frustrated, Ren planned to smuggle Jing out and hand him to his guardian. Ming insulted women as foolish, aiming his toxic words at both her and Jing, calling for them absolute garbage. Tien and Ren were locked in the sniper's sights. Ming ordered everyone to freeze and settle this peacefully. He told Ren that if she obeyed, she could keep her status within her family, unharmed. Ming then ordered Tien to surrender Jing, mocking Tian's ragged look and obvious financial struggles. Ming questioned why he would risk his life for a fugitive. He demanded Tien hand over Jing, promising endless wealth in return. Tien seemed to hesitate, scanning Ming's heavily armed men. Then, Tien mocked Ming's towering arrogance and hollow words. Without warning, he unleashed his fierce hummingbird. Warriors. The sudden strike caught Ming's men completely off guard. Panicking, Ming ordered his snipers to execute both Tien and Ren. Ren dove behind her car. As deadly bullets rained down, Tien used his gravity control, forcing the rounds harmlessly to the dirt. Both Ren and Ming froze in awe. Tien asked why Ren still hesitated, guessing she lacked faith in him. Suddenly, Han flew in, admitting she could not mind control everyone at once. Tien calmly reassured her it was fine for her level. He then unleashed Brainwave, controlled directly on Ming, completely paralyzing him. Terrified, Ming gasped, asking if Tien was a perfect mutant. Ren explained she only stayed cautious for survival. Tien nodded, then swiftly wiped out Ming's remaining troops with his hummingbirds. Furious, Ming accused Ren of trickery, demanding to know her secret. She revealed she had suspected a mole near Jing. After finding a hidden bug on her phone, she secretly borrowed a colleague's device to message Tien, staging this entire encounter. Ren smirked, thanking Ming for conveniently gathering all his forces here, saving them the hassle of hunting them down. Hearing this, Ming grew highly furious, trembling with absolute rage. Suddenly, Jing emerged from the shadows, pressing his razor-sharp tail against Ming's throat. He coldly declared Ming deserved death, proclaiming this world was no longer ruled by mere wealth or armies. Ren's aide mocked Ming, laughing that his mighty life would end by a woman and the bastard son he so deeply despised. Panicking, Ming screamed at them to back off. He violently threatened that both families would hunt her down. He roared she could never afford to kill the Bai heir. Ren calmly replied that the Bai family would ignore a missing heir. Utterly confused, Ming demanded answers. Stepping closer, Jing reminded Ming his surname was also Bai. Ming asked if Jing felt any fear. Jing coldly scoffed, questioning why he should. If he killed Ming, Jing would become the only living child of the Bai family. He challenged Ming to realize that the patriarch, despite favoring Ming, would have no choice but to name Jing his heir. Ming spat back with bitter scorn, claiming Jing was born of a lowly woman and would forever be trash to their patriarch. Jing scratched his neck, nervously, telling Ming he did not have to make that choice anyway. Ming roared back, accusing Jing of daring to eliminate a true Bai family heir. He sneered that Jing would never earn their approval, warning that the NCD.R family enforcers would butcher him for this crime. Jing darkly asked why he would ever need their approval. Having lost everything, he had nothing left to fear. His blood belonged to the Bai family too. With pure resolve, Jing. Witnessing Ming's decapitation, Tien asked where the B family was. Jing simply dialed Ming's father on his phone. When the patriarch answered, Jing offered a cold apology. The older man immediately recognized his voice, revealing Jing was also his son. He begged him to return with Ming, promising nothing would change for him. Jing chuckled bitterly. Only in times of tragedy did his father remember his blood. He then delivered the grim news. Ming, the B family's future head, had fallen by Jing's hand. The patriarch froze in absolute horror, shocked that he Didio had murdered his own kin. Jing replied coldly, stating he hadn't had a family since he was 8 years. Is old. He issued a final warning. If they kept hunting him, he would surrender all his research assets to the forest authorities, or to Zeus and Lion King Corporation, who craved his discoveries. Now, as the sole surviving heir, Jing claimed his birthright. If his father wished to save their sinking ship, he must let Jing lead the family to glory. His father's rage violently erupted through the receiver. Unfazed, Jing continued. If the patriarch chose to unleash all his power to seek revenge for Ming's death, Jing would welcome the war. But he warned that as long as he drew breath, he would utterly dismantle the B family, bringing total ruin to anyone bearing their surname, ensuring they died in disgrace. Jing declared he would not return to Yanhang anytime soon, mocking his father's health. He warned that if overwhelming fury consumed him, the B family might crumble before his return. Ending the call, Jing watched Lan pilot the helicopter, which had touched down on the battlefield. Tien then asked Jing if his furious father would compromise, noting that any sane man would lose his mind over a beloved son's brutal slaughter. Jing offered a wry smile. That was the eternal curse of supreme power. Despite immense fury, a leader must swallow their rage and weigh the consequences. He cynically noted that men like his, the father lived solely for profit. First, as the head of the B family, he was a major shareholder. Second, despite being Ming's father, he lacked the courage to step down. For the next few hours, the B family would blindly hunt Jing, completely oblivious to Tien and Ming's independence. Even if Tien discovered Jing hiding on the farm, he wouldn't report it to the company or the B family, preventing the Ren or Lan families from stealing the credit. As long as they wiped out Ming's remaining forces in the southern city, Tien's farm would remain perfectly concealed. Ren then asked what Jing thought of her, since she also played a role in Ming's demise, binding them in the same deadly predicament. Jing admitted he wanted to trust her, but saw no compelling reason for her loyalty. Siding with the head office was definitely the least risky option for Ming's sudden ambush had caught him off guard, and as a precaution, Jing apologized for his delayed reaction. He expressed concern that the unpredictable Ren might expose Tien's hidden identity. Tien quickly stepped in, insisting Jing hadn't harmed her yet, and asked Ren to let her finish. Ren calmly acknowledged it made sense to collaborate with Tien temporarily, but she preferred to gamble on this alliance. She believed they shared a mutual trust far deeper than anyone at the head office. Additionally, Ren recalled a disgusting sexist comment from Ming that deeply irked her. She noted the severe discrimination among the 5 great families based on gender and bloodline. Ren chose to assist Jing, aiming to seize the ultimate throne of her family. She found it amusing to imagine the men's sheer terror when 2 discarded children conquered everything. She asked if Jing looked forward to that glorious day. Finding her ambition intriguing, Jing and Lan finally departed in the birdie, waiting helicopter. Staring down at the city's devastation, Lan noted Tien had flawlessly cleaned up the mess, erasing every trace. He then asked if Jing would honor Tien's final request. Jing recalled Tien's fierce stance against non-consensual human experimentation. Jing had promised to strictly rewrite the executive protocols accordingly. Jing fell silent. Enforcing the Nuremberg Code in this hellish apocalypse felt almost naive, yet he needed these chains to stop his own rapid descent into complete moral oblivion. Besides, in this brutal era of survival, desperate test subjects were never in short supply. Lan nodded, recognizing the cold, calculating boss he always knew. Jing simply mused that destiny might reunite them, clashing once more at the absolute pinnacle of power. With that, they vanished from the ruined city.